Yo, 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 what is going on? How's everybody doing today? Yes. Sheesh. Some loud hand claps. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody feeling? Are you feeling good? Are you having a good day? Bad day? How's everybody feeling today? You're probably not paying attention to me right now because Canelo and Crawford is having a fight right now. That's right. I don't really have my money or hopes for whoever to win. I'll just hopefully there's a good fight. It would be cool if Crawford won, because then there'd be a rematch for another one, and you know how politics go. But I don't think Canelo's in the politics like that. He gonna give him a fight regardless of what the case may be. It's gonna be interesting bout to see nonetheless with the Canelo versus Crawford fight. I kind of, if I had to lean towards a way, if I had to, I would lean towards Canelo, only for the fact that he's been fighting in this weight class and Crawford's moving up like 1 or 2 weight classes. So the power difference and the weight difference does make a difference on your body, but you know, everybody's not built the same. So Crawford could pull it off, and he doesn't have a loss on his record yet. So this could be his first loss, or this could be his biggest win ever. So, you know, shout out to Crawford if he can pull this one off. I would like to see it because I'm always rooting for the underdog in this case. But yeah, that's where we're at. But hopefully you're having a good day. If you're not, we're going to let Mr. Child talk to you.
Oh, you're having a bad day? Did you die?
I got shot.
But did you die?
And as long as you didn't get unalive, you are A-OK, and you are living here today for sure. So give yourself another round of applause for that one. Now, as you probably seen, you probably saw the title of the show or the thumbnail. It's pretty, you know, obvious of what I'm probably finna go into. So this show, I'm just gonna stick on one topic and one topic only. We're gonna take our sweet time and kind of look at, you know, the situation with Charlie Kirk that happened a couple days ago at this point. Was it September 11th or was it September 10th when it happened? I think it was 10th. September 11th, it would have been bigger on the conspiracy theory thing. I think it was September 10th, I believe. So we're 3 days past that now. Or maybe it was 9th. I don't know. Time's moving fast. But before we do, just know we are simultaneously streaming. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. And if you're on YouTube, do me a favor, hit that like button when you see the arrow come up on your screen. I greatly appreciate it if you did. And if you want to contribute to today's show, bam, there it is. Cash App and the Venmo on the screen. Cash App is going to be Daniel2888. Venmo, Danny-Daniel-00. Your love and support is greatly appreciated. Let your voice be heard. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what we got going on today. And with that being said, we are, like I said, we are going to stick on one simple topic today. We're not going to bounce around and do all the segments. I'm just going to just do this one. Because, I mean, like I said, news and stuff goes fast in today's world. So by the time I'm getting to it, it's been, I don't know, like I said, 3 or 4 days. So like things become old after 7 days. It's crazy, especially something as something as crazy as assassination that we've seen happen, which was just wild. If you've seen it, it is really brutal, and it's sad at the end of the day. But I want to run on this topic and give my 2 cents into it and put my opinion and potentially connect some dots. But we're gonna look at it from the ground up, because I got time today. You know what I mean? I got time today. I sure do. I got a lot of time on my hands right about now. I don't know why, but I took a nap. I was supposed to do this hours ago before the fight, but took a nap. Dog woke up and the dog was in the bed with me looking at me like, you up? He all on his back like this, tongue hanging out, getting the best sleep of his life. I'm like, oh, you took full advantage of that. He was like, hell yeah, I did. I was like, all right, I can't blame you, bro. I can't blame you. But anyway, so we're going to take our time. We're going to start from the ground up. I got different videos, different clips, and different things and stuff like that we're going to go over. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, I'll start from the very beginning, but I'm pretty sure you do. But for the sake of my show, we're going to go from here, and we're going to where I'm here. Okay, we're going to go all the way up because I have time, and you're probably watching Canelo versus Crawford. And if you're not, then thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. So, you know, it's a topic that's very, I don't know, very sensitive as you go on and as you see what's happening, because it's sparking a whole lot of different impacts all at the same time. It's not just, you know, somebody got assassinated. It's also, you know, like people are getting fired and losing their jobs for speaking out on it in a negative way. You got, you know, people hating people for it and calling for death penalties and calling for, you know, oh, you said this about this, so you should be, you know, you should face some kind of crime. Like, it's a whole lot that goes into it. It's a lot. And it's like, dang, you know. And also, you know, the fact that people are so desensitized to see something so brutal happen, it doesn't phase you anymore. You know what I mean? Like back in the day when I was growing up, listen to me state my age. Like in the 90s, you had something called Faces of Death. You know, if anybody familiar with Faces of Death, you had or it's like Faces of Death or Banned from Television or whatever it was called, where you would see like real life unalivings happen, and it was on VHS, so you had to like buy it just to see people get murked on a VHS tape. It was like a, you know what I mean? It was, you would actually watch people get like, you know, straight murked. But now you just cut on social media, cut on Twitter, and it's just like, bam, there it is. I think some people said they seen it on TikTok. You know, and kids got Twitter and TikTok. So, you know, little kids are seeing this stuff happen, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, the man that happened to that man in front of his wife and kids, which is extra brutal on top of that, which is very sad when you think about the whole context of the situation. But with that, needless to say, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, let's go ahead and dive right into this situation. Let's go ahead and we're going to start from the ground up. So we're going to play a few videos here. We're going to go on to some of his, his positive speeches as opposed to the controversial. So we're going to start on his positive speeches and just give you an idea of who he is and what he talks about and what he stands for. 1 second. Yeah. Sorry about that. That sneeze. Okay. And we're going to sit here and talk about, or listen to him talk from, you know, what he believes in and just see how good of an actual, he was a good speaker. He was a good speaker. He was a good debater, which I think that was one of the reasons why people hate him so much. I mean, he spoke what he felt and, you know, he stood on it. At the end of the day, hey, you stand on what you believe in. So you can't get mad at somebody for feeling that way. But you on the opposite spectrum, you can't get mad at somebody for feeling a way about the way you feel about something. So it kind of goes both ways. But let's go ahead and dive in. We're going to listen to some videos from this individual and see exactly, you know, just to get a feel of who he is if you don't know. So here we go. Let's go ahead and start off with this one here first. We got this video right here. You can see it. Let's see, make sure. All right, we're going to put that over there. All right, cool. So let's go ahead. So it says right here, Charlie Kirk at the 2024 Republican National Convention, the voice of change and inspiration and inspiring a generation. America's future is a series of choices. I think that's what he says, but let's hear him say it. Here we go.
America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America.
And as you can see, he's actually really good at public speaking, which is one of the most lucrative things you can do. But as history has taught us, is also one of the most dangerous things that you can do at the same time. So needless to say, the situation that happened to him, usually if you're a public speaker, which is and being a public speaker is like a double-edged sword, right? Because the Bible even taught us about being a public speaker. Like, yeah, I mean, like look what happened to Jesus. He was speaking publicly about, you know what I mean? And they, you know, they didn't take too kind to him. You know what I mean? They didn't like Jesus all that much. I mean, them people was looking at him. They was looking at him like, bro, what you say? You better, who you say you who? You think you the Messiah? Got something for you. Oh yeah, we got something for you. We're gonna put hands and feet and paws and thorns and needles and stakes and nails and I mean just despicable. But anyway, I digress. So here, let's listen to Charlie Kirk. Here's another video that we have for him right now. This is him with a powerful message on Christian and politics. So let's go ahead and check this one out and see here. So what we got right here, we got this video. So here we go.
Politics is just all corrupt. Democrats and pagans care more about politics than Christians do. That is a sad result, because our side says, oh, forget it. I don't need politics because politics is just all corrupt. You are obligated by God, Jeremiah 29:7. Demand the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. God is commanding you to not give up and to not surrender. And guess what? If you're unsuccessful, you were still obedient and you did the right thing to God. That is the most important thing, is your obedience.
All right. And that is a fact. Regardless if you're unsuccessful, your obedience is more important. So I give him a round of applause for that one. All right, then we have another one here. This is a short speech by Charlie Kirk again, and this is something, he was on somebody's podcast. I forget the name of this guy's podcast. Hold on, Charlie, hold on. He was, I seen the guy, I just don't know the guy's name, but you'll see him. I think he's like a Christian podcaster or something like that, but let's check him out. But here we go. So here's another video. We're gonna go through these videos one by one. Here we go.
On a college campus, my prayer is very simple. God, use me for your will. But before I go on a college campus, my prayer is very simple. God, use me for your will. Amen. Because there's a plan above us all. God is sovereign above all. So what is God's plan when I go on a college campus? I just believe I will only tell truth. I will not compromise. And I'll love on the lost. The specific teachings of Christ is go make disciples of all nations. I'm trying my best to do that. And I'm trying to do it first in this nation, because this nation impacts every other nation on the planet. You cannot impact the world without impacting America. Period. That's the way that God has designed the universe in this particular being, that as America goes, the world goes. Jesus called us to love children. Jesus called us to tell truth. Jesus called us to contest in the public square for his purposes. I'm far more interested in what God wants of me than what I want from God. And what God wants from me is a life fighting for truth. Before I go on...
All right. I can dig it. I can dig that. I can dig that. So far he stands on his faith and what he believes very strongly. So you can't knock him for that. All right, so what do we have here? We got another one next for you. Let's see. My problem. Let's see. We're not gonna go to that guy yet. We're gonna go to another one right here. So we have another video.
Is accountable.
All right, let me go right here. Let me pull this one up real quick. And we're going to check out this video. So like I said, we're just going through, giving you some speeches, some clips that people clipped up, just to give you an idea who he is. We're looking on, pulling up all the good things, of course. And of course, you're not going to agree with somebody wholeheartedly 100%. But let's continue. Here we go.
I'm just flesh and bone, but more importantly, I'm a soul. And that soul is accountable to one being. I mean, I've had an unbelievably blessed life. Been doing this now, it'll be 12 years on June 5th.
Such a young man to do it.
So young.
Yeah, so praise God. I mean, I've been all across the world. I've met with world leaders. I've flown in Air Force One, got to know a president. I have an amazing family, the podcast, Turning Point USA, all that stuff. And so you experience that, and you're like, what actually matters? What matters is your relationship with the divine, your relationship with your family, your kids, and maybe a close collection of friends, and your relationship with the truth. I'm just flesh and bone, but
all right, your relationship with the truth. Yes, sir. That is actual factual. I'll give you that one. I'll give you another round of applause. Whoops, I had my mic still muted. All right, and I think I got one more. Let me see. I think I could do one more, and then we'll go ahead and proceed forward. All right, so we got one more speech on play by him. So this will be the 5th one. All right, so here we go. So here's the last one that we got from Mr. Kirk. So here we go. Got one more, then we'll press on. Here we go.
the spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it. Yeah. The spiritual battle.
All right. So as you see, once again, he stands strongly and firmly on his belief in his faith. So, you know, you can't knock a man for feeling that way. I mean, you can feel some way that you want to feel, but, you know, if he stands on it and doesn't budge, then, hey, you know, you can't really knock him. I think, no, we're not going to do that one. I think that's it. Yeah, like I said, well, we were going to do 5. I think those 5 were good. I think those are 5 good ones. Yeah, that was actually good. 5 good ones. All right. So just to give you some insight. So that's who we're going to be talking about today. If you don't know who he is, you know, and he was, you know, he had a few enemies. And speaking of enemies, let me see. Let's go ahead and look at allegedly one of his biggest enemies. I think it was a guy named, you know, I'm not going to talk about his enemies. Screw that guy. I'm not going to talk about him right now. And then, oh, we got one more clip. I did have this clip. Okay, I meant to play this one last. Okay, so here's the very last one. So I have one more, and then we'll go ahead and press on. So here we go. So we got this clip right here. So let's check this out. Here we go. Last one.
Kirk presidency 15 years from now?
No. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
enjoying myself, but this is going to get really nasty. Everyone,
Charlie Kirk presidency 15 years from now?
No. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
enjoying myself, but this is going to get really nasty. Everyone listen to this. I just hope you understand. They're going to be coming after us. They're going to be following us in the middle of the night. They're going to be breaking into our houses. You think I'm joking? They are going to be violent. That you will not be able to walk the streets of the MAGA hat without your physical health be put in jeopardy. And I hope it doesn't get that way. I hope that this clip gets unearthed and everybody's like wonderful. I hope that the country comes together and we have a beautiful Unitarian healing moment in September.
Charlie Kirk presidency 15 years from now?
Well, there's that. So that's another one right there. So as you see, he understood what he was standing for. So as far as him talking and, you know, stand on his square, he understood what he was standing for, whether you agree with the good and bad points. Now we can start going over some of the more unfavorable points here as well, but we're going to go ahead and dive into a video that I have. Where is it? Where's my video? There it is. So I got a video that I want to go ahead and have us look at now that we get an idea. Now, you know what? Let me play some of the before I go that far, let me go ahead and play some of his, maybe some of his unfavorable, let's look at some of his unfavorable, talking points. Okay. Cause we can't just give him, we can't just give him one side. We got to look at all sides just so you can understand exactly who it is that we're talking about. And then we'll go through some videos next and we'll bring this thing full circle. But like I said, we're going to look at who he is. We're going to look at the impact, and then we're going to look at the macro point of view, because that's the whole premise of this show for today. Not tearing them down, not speaking negative. There's no need for none of that. It's really for a understanding of the situation as a whole. And that's what you need to be paying attention to, because you get caught up in all the little rigmaroles that's going on and you get lost in the sauce, and then you become, you know, a statistic or a victim of a situation that you didn't know that you were a part of. And that's what I'm here for, to kind of help you think outside the box. So let's go ahead and look at one of his unfavorable moments. So let's go ahead and dive into it. Here we go.
People are only 13% of the population, yet they commit 55% of the murders. Why?
Because Black people tend to be in lower economic statuses because of
Okay, no, this is
CRT,
fine. This is great.
basically.
So you think that poverty equals crime?
I think that it's highly correlated, and there's a lot of studies.
This is where
on
we
that.
disagree. What an insult to the working poor of
So
this
why
country.
do you think black people commit more
Well,
crime?
first of all, let me ask you a question as
No,
my
answer
answer.
it. Go on.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So that's why you
80%
think
of
it is.
blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a murderer or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that they have
why-
impregnated.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that that happens more in the black community compared to
On-
others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community, and it
Oh, so
shouldn't
it's
be.
culture. Okay.
Don't take my
I
word
see.
for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised out of father in the home. 75%. Is that a bigger problem or not a bigger problem than whiteness, white privilege, or white supremacy? Black people.
Okay, so we have that there, and as you can see, how some people may feel strongly about that one there. They may have a very, very, very strong feeling on that take right there, which, you know, I can agree, you know, and when you say stuff like that, you have to understand people are going to feel some way, but if you stand on what you say, then hey, it is what it is. You know, you can't, you know, you can be mad, but if you mean what you say and you say what you mean. So, you know, he had his talking points, he had his statistics, he had his book, so he came with, you know, his facts and evidence to what he's talking about to back up what he felt was true, which, okay, cool, that's fine. Can't knock him for that. But just showing you some of the talking points on how some people may feel a certain negative way about him. So we have another one right here. We're going to take a look at this one. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one right here. All righty, we got this one on the screen. All right, let's check this out. Here we go.
You were trying to get the officer who murdered George Floyd pardoned, and I just want to know
Yes,
what your
ma'am.
reasoning was about that.
Well, George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
But he had his knee on his neck. And we
Yeah.
all saw the video.
But the knee on the neck is actually an approved police technique that police departments taught Derek Chauvin to use. Do you know that George Floyd was saying, "I couldn't breathe," well before that restraining technique? And
So why'd they use the technique if he already couldn't breathe?
Well, because he was actually resisting arrest, and they had to restrain him, and they restrained him in a way that they were taught to do, which is the knee on the neck technique.
Okay, so when does the like technique end? Like when they die? Like he said he couldn't
No,
breathe.
I mean the technique ends when the individual stops resisting arrest. His cause of death was not asphyxiation; it was drug overdose. He had
that was a part of it. Like he also had a heart like thing, and like he was on drugs. But like he wouldn't have just died if he was standing there. Like they had his.
Well,
their knee on
actually,
his
there's an
neck.
argument to be made. According to the medical examiner, he was drug overdosing in real time. That it wasn't because of the police officer, Derek Chauvin, that put his knee on the neck. And again, they were taught to do that. According to the Hennepin County Police Department, they teach that as an approved restraint technique. And by the way, this is just a broader point. Our whole country blew up because of this incident, and it was largely based on a lie. Largely based on a lie. We were all
What was the lie?
The lie is that there was a white police officer that went after a black person just because he was black, and it just wasn't true. He was resisting arrest.
Okay, but he killed him. Like that doesn't.
Well, again, the county medical examiner disagrees. The county medical examiner in the original report.
So then why was he? Why did he get sentenced?
Exactly.
Like,
That's a good
no,
question.
I'm saying.
It's because it was largely a show trial where actually they were not.
Okay, so we got that one there, and you know, he stands on the fact that he didn't. George Floyd didn't die from what was it? I'm about to butcher this word, asphyxiation, but from a drug overdose. You know, you got your knee on the back, I mean, or the neck, you know what I mean? And in my rebuttal to that statement, I would say knee on the neck, okay, cool, as a form of restraining, whatever, but at some point, like, doesn't somebody else come and cuff him and then lift him up and then, like, stick him in the car? But that's just me. That's just me. But anyway, but as you can see, there's another one of his not favorite moments. And we're going to see if we can find another one. Do we have another one? I think I do. I don't want to just seem like it's all, you know, black stuff related. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here's another one right here. So we got this one here. He's going up against someone who has a different moral compass than he does. Basically question the Bible. So here we go. We got this one. Let's take a look at this one.
Are you a Christian?
Very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There is not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
What makes Christian mythology real?
So that's not mythology, but that is theology. If Genesis 1:1 and the resurrection is true, anything in the Bible is possible. You're looking at the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle is creation. And then the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. And I say, how do you know that Jesus rose from the dead? Well, show me another historical piece of a story where so many people willingly died a brutal death for a lie. Every single person around him had everything to lose, and yet they went to the absolute death, from Paul to Peter to the half-brother of James, saying that Jesus is Lord, Jesus rose from the dead. Not to mention, if you were going to fake a story, you would not use female witnesses in the ancient world. In the scriptures, it said that the women were the first one to see Jesus Christ. If you're trying to fake a story, you would never do that.
All right, so we got that one right there. All right, so we see that, he's going into colleges and he is debating the mess out of these kids. Now, one thing that I don't think he should have did, I mean, humbly, I don't think he should have went to college debating college students, I would say, because for the simple fact that he seems like he was like, the way he speaks, he seems like he was like part of a debate team. You know what I mean? Like he because he's good at debating. So I give him that credit. He's really good at debating. So, he doesn't use like and like and stuff in his voice. He speaks very clear. He backs his stuff up with like books or statistics, and you have to research to see if his statistics is even right. But still, he seems like he was part of a debate team coming up. The way he's so, deliberate and confident in the way he speaks. So, to go up against the college kids, I think is like an unfair advantage. It's kind of like it's like you go to college campus and that when they get on that mic, you finna annihilate them. So it's kind of like, why you doing that, man? Come on now, fam. You finna have a field day with these kids because emotionally they can't take it. Because, you know how to control the conversation. You know what I mean? Plus, you're like 10 years older than all these kids do. So you have that upper hand as well. But I digress. So let's look at another conversation that he had with another person that might be one of his unfavorable. Let's see here. Let's pull this one up right here. And here we go.
It's wrong to murder a baby.
You're not murdering a baby. It's
okay.
not a baby.
What is it then?
It is an embryo.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but
therefore
it's
they should have human rights.
No, I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans, human rights.
It's not a small human. It's an embryo.
It has a heartbeat. It has brain
waves. That does not
waves.
make it a child.
The excuses given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you. Yeah.
If I were to be pregnant right now and forced to have a baby, that would ruin my life. If I just happened to be pregnant.
Oh, well, you don't happen to get pregnant. It's not like getting COVID.
I know how
okay?
it works.
You don't get the flu.
I know.
How about this? You take responsibility for your orgasms and stop eliminating people smaller than you.
So you're saying I should carry a baby and ruin my collegiate life?
How about this? Instead of saying ruin, first of all, babies are a blessing. Stop talking at them as if they're some sort of annoyance.
I will have to drop out of college.
Number two, you play certain games, you win certain prizes. If you're going to go have sex...
So you're saying I should drop out of college to support my child and supporting my life?
I'm saying if you're going to engage in coitus, in the practice of having children, you might end up with a baby. So know that. And guess what? You don't need to have sex before you get married. It's not like showering. It's not like eating.
Are you married?
Yes, with 2 beautiful children.
Wow, good for you.
I could tell you're not married.
Okay, that was funny. All right, so you see, like again, like how I was just saying, like he's going to these college campuses. He's very good at speaking, and like some on the college campus, especially in today's world, like they're not ready, to handle him or that type of person who can debate that well. Like to me, it was like an unfair advantage. Like you knew you was finna go to that campus and just annihilate these kids when it came to debating them. Like you knew when they got on that microphone, you knew you was about to just have your way. You know what I mean? Like probably like at 80%, 90% of the time, he was just out there just handling these kids left and right, debate wise. And while this is going on, of course, he's going across, he's going different campuses, he's setting up shop, he's doing these debates, he's doing these public speakings, he's speaking to left wing or liberal or democratic sided students, right? And you're basically he's a content creator. It's just a form of content that he's doing, he's putting out, and he's making a lot of money doing it at the same time. So he's producing a lot of content. So he's just a content creator at the end of the day. At least that's what I saw him as, a content creator that debated left wing people, like liberals and Democrats and stuff like that. So with that being said, if you're gonna do that, and that then people get triggered extremely, extremely hard, you should also know that at some point you're putting yourself in some kind of danger, regardless of, it's just speaking and it's just talking. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the same thing in jail. Like you say the wrong thing in jail, you get killed, so it could be the same thing out in the world, as unfortunately we've seen. But again, the way I want to present it to you, I want you to understand is who he is. And like I said, I don't know everything about him. I'm just pulling up his debates. That's all I'm doing. Pulling up some good debates, and then I'm pulling up some bad debates where people would disagree with him. And then I want you to look at this, and then we're going to go to the impact, and then we're going to end it with the macro point of view. So just keep that in mind. So I got another one here. We're going to look at another unfavorable one. So let's go ahead and check this out. So here we go.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
I've never seen someone do this.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults, the left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in all this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. I go around.
Okay. That was an interesting take. That was a very interesting take. So when one side doesn't talk, then you start to think a certain way about the other person, which could be a true statement. That could be possibly a true statement. So I think that's all the ones that I have that I found as far as like him being not very favorable in his conversations that he has. Let's see. Let me see if I can find one more. I don't think I have any more. No, I think that was all of them. After that, it all turns into what ends up transpiring. Is that it? Yeah, that's gonna be it. All right. So as you see, basically presented to you, as you can see, that this is who he is as far as his work goes, as far as what he was doing, as far as what he stood for, as far as how he talked, as far as his character goes, and as far as him in his working form, or what he was speaking for, publicly speaking and what he was doing. So it gives you a good idea of who he was. You may agree with some of the things you heard, you may disagree with some of the things you heard, and I'm pretty sure there's plenty more things that you could agree or disagree with. So it gives you an understanding as to who it is that we're talking about, in case you didn't know. So that's who Charlie Kirk is as far as his work goes and his belief systems and all that good stuff. So we're going to go and dive a little deeper, and we're going to take a look at a video of exactly how people felt after his unaliving, his assassination that happened. So he ended up getting assassinated a few days ago. What was it, 3 or 4 days ago at this point? And a lot of people didn't know who he was. A lot of people had no clue as to who he was, and then people started finding out who he was, And they're like, oh, I didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't even know this was a thing. Or like, oh, maybe I seen him, but people didn't think he was like that important of a person for it to spark a nationwide debate, or hell, a worldwide debate now at this point, because it's not nationwide, it's worldwide. And I think it's just in the manner of how it happened. Maybe I don't know, or maybe he was he was close to the president, you know what I mean? And somebody was talking like that one cowboy dude said, Charlie Kirk, in the next 15 years run for president. He's like, no. Like, it was already like seen that he could be a potential presidential candidate at some point. Like, he was potentially being looked at. And I could see why, by the way his ideology worked out. You know what I mean? How he was, pro family and tradition, and and he didn't agree with any of the gays or lesbians or anything like that. He was like, that stuff is not the right way. Traditional families and fathers in the homes, and kids going to good schools and not being taught anything that is basically stuff kids shouldn't be learning, to be quite true. He was very traditional in the sense, basically the old way of how American standards were: people having good jobs, good homes, good good paying jobs, like low crime and stuff like that. He was basically trying to bring the old style of America back, in a sense. You know what I mean? And when you look at it like that, is the old style of America, is it good for everybody, or is it just good for some people? Somebody could have a different stance on that, but that's what he was basically going for. So when you look at it from that perspective, we're going to look at this video right here. Now, this video is from a guy who is where is he? I think he's in the UK. You're going to be able to hear it in his voice, the way he talks. He cut a video about Charlie Kirk, and he wasn't really familiar with who Charlie Kirk was. And you're going to hear him say it, so I'm going to let him talk a little bit. But he's going to show some reaction videos of other people reacting after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And you're going to kind of see the impact of what we're going to take a look at now, of him being assassinated, and we're going to see how it reverberated across the world. And like I said, this guy's in the UK, so listen to the reaction that happened after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and to see how different people think about this situation, and to see the impact moving forward. So let's continue. Wait, you know what? Before I do that, let me refresh my screen. Yeah, let me refresh this, because if I don't, then we're gonna get hit with an ad in like 2.3 seconds flat. All right, here we go. So we got this video up, and let's get it started. And shout out, this is a video by a man named Replicant Fish. So we're gonna check out this video. Here we go. And I like his content, by the way. Shout out to Replicant Fish. Here we go.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. They just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I can saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now.
And you see, that's what I'm wondering. Would he have been your next president? I'm still trying to understand all of this. He had links to politics, but wasn't he just a social media presenter? Debater?
Why do they always come with freaking violence? God damn it! Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people! Who shotgun Charlie Kirk? I'm driving in a problem right now! I'm so pissed! Damn it! Why do they always come with violence?
I didn't see any tears rolling down his face, to be quite honest. I mean, usually you would see tears. I didn't see any. He just looked angry.
He clearly is pissed, but I mean, what is going on? This has caused a shift in the US. What has? The Charlie Kirk incident. Now, it's the incident, yeah, but it's also people's reaction to it, which is what this is about. It's me trying to understand and see it from an outside point of view. Clearly, I'm from the UK, obviously. Seeing it from the outside and seeing how this has caused a shift in America, in the US, in people. And it's just, wow, this is stunning. Like I'm saying, I had no idea who this guy was until after the event. His name, I'd heard his name mentioned by a few people, but that was mostly from women talking about him and Handmaiden's Tale and that sort of stuff. And I was like, okay, that guy. But it's only in this happening I find out who he is. Now, clearly, I'm not going to agree with his points, because some of his points are quite outlandish. But seeing the way Americans are reacting to it, and obviously they would have a very a lot of them would have a very passionate reaction. But as well as the incident, him getting shot, it's the aftermath. The aftermath as well it's wow. It's what's going on, America. I hope you're focused and
reaction to what I saw yesterday. I'm not going to apologize for my reaction to what I saw yesterday.
All right, so at this point, we're gonna see a bunch of different things. All right, so as you see, this guy, he's from the UK, so he didn't know nothing about Charlie Kirk until he got assassinated, and he sees him the same way as I saw him. I saw him as a content creator, a social media person. I didn't see him as a political person, sort of sense. I mean, yes, he was a political speaking content creator. That's what I saw, but I didn't see him as a political person to be like, you know, rubbing elbows with, you know, the president and, you know, being up there with politicians. I didn't see it that way. I just thought he just spoke about politics. I didn't think he was like up there in high regards to be positioned to be, you know, next president. Like nobody was looking at it from that point of view. But now after he gets assassinated, you start to see the impact and you start to realize like, what the hell's going on? Like, is it that deep? Like we didn't know. Well, I mean, not saying that his assassination was like, you know, not to be cared about. I'm saying like nobody saw like wow, like he was up there with the president. Like nobody was seeing that, you know what I mean? But I think the way I saw him, I thought they were propping him up as time passed on to get him to that level. Cause you know, the Republicans need somebody with that mindset to run the country. If JD Vance were to go next, and then, you know, he could probably be the vice president for JD Vance on his way up to become president type thing. I think it was like a stepping stone that they probably would have had him on. But I mean, if that's the way I would have looked at it. If JD Vance would run for president and he wins, then I would say that Charlie Kirk would have been a great vice president and learning that side of life and everything that goes with it, because he has, you know, the look, the ideology, the talking. He's already got the fan, all that stuff put together, and already had the backing of the people who thought of the American way behind him. So now we're going to look at how people reacted, good and bad. We're going to look at people who were upset that he got assassinated. Then we're going to look at people who were happy that he got assassinated. So let's pay attention and look at this point. And like I said, this guy video, he's from the UK. So he's looking at this like, what the hell is going on over there in America? So let's continue. So here we go. Pull this back up. Here we go.
Against my will, a video of Charlie Kirk, a very up-close video of Charlie Kirk dying, came across my TikTok feed. And for those of you in the comments saying, well, what about Gaza? What about this? What about that? Yes, you're right, but let's be specific. The Charlie Kirk assassination in Utah yesterday. The Evergreen High School shooting in Denver yesterday, the Douglas Park shooting in Chicago, the River North mass shooting in Chicago, the Annunciation Catholic Church shooting in Minneapolis, the Lexington shootings in Kentucky. None of that is normal either.
I had no idea that many stuff happened. There was a Denver shooting that happened in the school. I didn't know a Denver shooting happened. She said yesterday, Denver shooting? And she said yesterday. So what is this? In September? Denver shooting, September 2025. Was there one that just happened? Because she said yesterday, didn't she? She said 2 days ago. Radicalized everyone. High school shooter holds anti-Semitic violent. What in the hell is going on? Radicalized Evergreen high school shooter appeared to hold anti-Semitic violent views in online account. Golly, this was 2 days ago. Wow. Okay. Or was it 2 days ago or three days ago? September 12th is when that happened. Okay. So, yeah, oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, again, like I say, we're going to look at the impact, and the impact is we're desensitized. We saw a man get assassinated. Then there's a school shooting they didn't even know about, and that's going on. So just pay attention.
And none of it is something that we should accept quietly. And here's the thing. This type of content did not used to be content. There was a time that if you wanted to see videos such as the one that I watched yesterday, you had to search far and wide to find it. You would even have to go to the depths of the dark web to access it. And now,
I mean, yeah. Ironically enough, the first horrible video that I saw of it, the first blurry, pixelated video.
And she's right. That's what I was saying earlier. If you wanted to see stuff like that, and she's saying the dark web, I'm going back to VHS when like you're like banned from television and Faces of Death were a thing. You know what I mean? Like those videos, you would have to like, I don't know how you even buy those well, I think you would order those back in the day. But yeah, you would sit there and you just watch people like actually get straight murked on VHS, just like real life murkings of people using a big old camera recorder that we used to have back in the day. Because remember, our camera recorders didn't just look like this. You know, we had big camera recorders and back in the day. Somebody was holding a big old device in their hand like this or like this, like a news camera anchorman. Could you only imagine? So yeah, to see that, just scrolling on your Twitter feed, like she said, she saw it on TikTok. She was on TikTok, she was just scrolling, probably wasn't even thinking nothing of it, didn't even know the man got shot. And whoever seen him get shot, they were like, post, think about that. You just saw somebody get murked. And your next reaction is to post it to the internet so everyone can see what just happened. And then her probably in the beauty section of TikTok looking at glamour and maybe some political stuff. She happened to just scroll up and just, oh, Charlie Kirk, bow. And she's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like just a sudden shock. I don't know how she's seeing it. I don't know if she heard about it first or whatever, but I'm just saying like you could have came across it like that. Because I actually found out about him getting shot during the live stream I was doing. I was doing a live stream the day it happened. Didn't even know it happened. Somebody chatted in my chat and said, hey, bro, Charlie Kirk just got smoked. Those were his words. And I was like, who? Charlie Kirk? I was like, why I know that name? So I kept doing my show, put a video up, and his video was playing. I moved to the side and I typed in his name and pulled him up. And I was like, oh, I know who he is now. Okay. I was like, oh, he got shot. So I took a minute, did emergency. And I was like, hey, breaking news. Put him up on the screen and said, hey, this guy got shot. I didn't know the severity. I didn't even see the video. I just know he got shot. I was like, maybe he got like shot in the arm or the chest or like grazed or something and he's going to pull through. I didn't know what it was, how he got shot. I was just like, oh, he got shot, breaking news. Hopefully he pulls through. Hopefully everything is okay. And I continued on with my show until the show was over. Then I went back and looked and found out. And when I heard where he got shot, I was like, oh, got shot in the neck. That doesn't sound like it's going to be too good. Then when I saw the video, I was like, oh no, it's over. Yeah, the when I saw that, I was like, that there's no way you're coming back from that one. That was brutal. But anyway, let's continue with this. Here we go.
From far away. I think I found that on Twitter. But then the real close-up, high-definition one, I actually saw that on TikTok, I think. Yeah, it was on TikTok. High definition, clear as day. My God, that was graphic. Clear as day. Now again, from an observational point of view, from someone outside of the US, I mean, we've seen images have been released of the shooter. And to her point as well, a lot of incidents happen, they happen everywhere. And a lot of shootings happen in America. And aside from the easy access of it, the video on the internet, it is how people are reacting very hard to it. It's like, what sort of turning point was he? Is he? If you understand what I'm saying? Hey, if I sound naive, that's fine. But it's like, it's an incident in itself, but it's also a big turning point. And I'm still trying to get my head around why.
It's the first thing that comes up when we open up an app that we get on to find some peace and some fun in this atrocious, disgusting world that we live in. We should not be desensitized to witnessing death. This is not content. This is not entertainment. This is trauma being broadcasted and consumed like it's nothing. And if I'm shaken, if I'm upset, if I'm angry, that's how it should be, because that is human. So for all the people telling me that that's just how the world is now, and that's just how things are now, I reject that. We should not accept death as something ordinary. We should not consume death passively. And if you think that seeing someone die online shouldn't bother you, think about all of the incidents that I just mentioned previously in this video.
I'm just making a point, but would he agree with you?
That's true, because she named a bunch of situations and I was like, golly, like how many things you going down the list on? Because I think, what is it? Maybe the next day or the same day. I think it was the next day after Charlie Kirk got shot, or maybe the same day he got assassinated. Somebody got beheaded in Dallas, Texas, like straight up beheaded in like I think they were inside of like the motel lobby room where dude got straight beheaded. I was like, whoa, a beheading? So yeah, there's that. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and it's just been happening at crazy rates. And then the stuff that she named, I didn't even know there was a school shooting in Denver. I was like Denver be having no, what's going on in Denver in schools, man? Like, yeah, Denver ain't the place to be. Yeah, that's not a place you want to go to school at. Not Denver. Yeah, Denver ain't it. Anyway, I digress. Let's continue.
He himself said that we should have public executions again. But then again, here's my point. How much of what he was saying he was actually fully truthful with? Was he fully honest with it? Or was he just a social media presence selling spicy, controversial topics? Like I'm saying, I thought he was a politician. No, he has political ties. Very strong political ties, but he wasn't a full politician. He's just a podcaster, really. But to him, public execution should be back. But I'm just, wow.
And those were just in the summer of 2025 to date. And think about all the lives lost in summer 2025 to date. And then think, is that acceptable? I am not apologizing for reacting. We should react. We have to react. It is not normal. This is not normal, and it is not okay.
And that's one of the things that like right there, like he said, he's like, I thought he was just a podcaster, like a social media guy. And that's the thing. It's like, if he was just a podcaster or a social media guy, like, what's with the assassination attempt? You know what I mean? It's one thing to have like somebody you're beefing with on social media come in and try to harm you, but it's another thing to get like taken out. Like that was dude got taken out. You know what I mean? Like, because there was a dude in Vegas who was doing a live stream, and he ended up getting, you know, somebody actually like shot him on live stream. But there was a beef that him and that other person were having prior to that. Like, they linked it back and saw that these people were having problems, and like dude knew he was coming to Vegas, and guy was being funny thinking he was a joke, but when he showed up in Vegas, dude found him and actually like shot him on live stream. Then he shot his girlfriend. But this wasn't just some random, you know, guy beefing with somebody. This was a guy speaking on what he believed in, and it turned political at some point, and dude got straight attempted on like JFK, which is crazy. Well, not attempted, but you know what I mean. Anyway, let's go ahead and pull up this one, and let's hear what this lady has to say about it. She's going to speak on it as well. So here we go.
And I don't really know what I'm supposed to come on here and say, but the internet does. TikTok definitely does. As I don't have to scroll a plethora of videos of posting. They're rejoicing.
Okay, her video's very low. Now, she's saying a lot of people are rejoicing, and she's clearly upset. And again, this is the point. Like, I've never seen this before. The amount of emotion on both sides, the people that are happy it happened, they're excited, they're ecstatic. And the people they seem traumatized, upset, broken by this. And I'm thinking, I've never really seen this before. And it's making me question the importance of this guy. Like, wow, I barely knew about him, like, 48 hours ago. I barely knew about him. I barely heard his name. You couldn't show me a picture of him and I don't know who he was. But seeing him have such a strong reaction from a lot of Americans, it's fascinating. Again, her video's very low, so we won't watch much of this.
Kirk, with the Broadway musical sound, nobody warms.
Okay.
In that song, there are lyrics that say, the wicked's lives. Do you know who will miss him? His 6-year-old daughter. Do you know who else I think will probably miss Charlie Kirk? Her younger brother. Do you know who I think is probably gonna miss of all? His wife.
And also a lot of people as well. A lot of Americans as well, like yourself. And I'm trying to think back as to when I've seen this again, and I don't think I have. But then again, I don't think we've ever seen such a modern viral execution of a podcaster / political figure, if we're going to be specific. Okay. Wow.
Who just an hour before he was shot posted a Bible, Psalms 46:1. God is our
Breaking news: Charlie Kirk was in.
All right, so now we're switching over, and now we're going to take a look at the opposite emotion. So as you saw, some people were furious and angry about it, but now we're going to look at the other side and see the opposite emotion of how people felt about said situation. So here we go.
In the neck. As of right now, I think his condition is unknown. There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people. So on behalf of everybody else, I got I don't know if he's gonna make a recovery or not. I don't know what his condition is. It like just happened as I'm filming this. I saw the video of it happening. I do not feel bad for him in the slightest, and I'm very, very much wondering what MAGA is going to react with.
Okay, so this is someone reacting like literally after it happened, before the confirmation of his.
And so she said she's seen it. She said, I saw the video, and she said, I do not feel sorry for him whatsoever. I mean, I saw the video, and my initial reaction was just like, I was like, that's what I was like. I was like, ooh, wait a minute. That was, oh my, that was brutal. Like when I seen it, I wasn't expecting that. Cause like I said, I read it first and it said they got shot in the neck. But when I seen it, I was like, oh no, like, oh wow. I was a little uneasy there for a minute because I just wasn't expecting that. But let's continue.
His passing was confirmed basically. And she's hype about it. See, this is what I mean. This is the other side of it. The ecstatic, the happy, the jubilation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Obviously, I'm using a lot of words, but you get what I'm saying? It's like, wow, this guy was very polarizing, wasn't he? The love was strong, but on the other end, so was
the hate.
The dislike, the hate, if you will. But again, it's intriguing to see. And a lot of Americans are charged up from it. Like, very charged up. Left versus right, right versus left. But who's in the middle?
Wonder how they're going to make this about how black people shouldn't be allowed guns, or trans people. They're probably going to blame a trans black person. I don't fuck.
She said they're probably gonna blame a trans black person. She's already like seeing they gotta stir up the narrative and make it seem like somebody on the left side did it. I see where she's going with that. Okay, I see what she's saying. I kind of see where she's going. All right, but let's continue with this video. Here we go. Where is it? There you go.
We can all celebrate because something really awful happened to a really, really awful guy. And again, if you're one of those dipshit people that are like, no matter what happens, you should never wish death on some... I'm gonna cheer and dance and sing. Thank you very much.
Charlie Kirk's death has led me to an uncomfortable conversation that I want to facilitate. To my white brothers and sisters, how would you hope your minority friends respond to the celebration of Charlie Kirk's life when he has very publicly said things like this?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Because of DEI, it begs the question when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified.
Really? Really? I mean, he's a pilot. For him to be... You know, I'm not even gonna try to answer that. So I've been learning about this dude in the past 48 hours.
Okay, so that first one, I don't know. Did he call that person a chink? Hold on.
Life when he has very publicly said things like this.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Because of DEI, it begs the question when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified.
Really? Really? I mean, he's a pilot. For him to be... You know, I'm not even gonna try to answer that. So I've been learning about this dude in the past 48 hours, and I'm like, okay. You see, again, I don't condone anything. That's not even the point of this video at all. This is my observation and me thinking and seeing certain things. This is why I understand why certain people don't like him. Enough to end him.
Okay, before we go on any further, just I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on that one because I didn't hear what he said at first. He said because of DEI, which okay, I didn't hear him say that the first time about the black pilot. I heard him say, all I heard was black pilot. Are they safe? But then he said because of DEI, it raises the question. I was like, okay, so I get what he's saying there. And when you look up DEI, if you look at DEI and why they allow people to get hired, it's not based on skill. It's based on, what is it right here? It's based on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't think DEI was 100% solely based on skill. So I see what he's saying on that one. He's not just simply saying that because you're black, you can't fly a plane. I get that. But at the same time, would you be able to fly a plane just off of the fact that, you know, because you have to have like some kind of license or some kind of you have to have the skill to fly a plane. So at that level, I'm like, you reaching too far with the DEI. At that level, you're reaching too far. Maybe something lower, but a plane that's kind of tough. But yeah, let's go.
That's a different thing, but yeah. I mean, when you're saying things like this is very inflammatory. And he had many enemies. A lot of people would say women, people of color, non-straight people, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, he had a lot of people that he didn't like. But I mean, are they wrong for not liking him in turn?
If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence? And Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Refer to Asian individuals by the C word, a word too violent for me to even utter.
Okay, I was right. He did say chink that first time. He did say that. Okay, that's what I thought I heard, but I wasn't sure. So he just clarified it. He did call that person a chink in the first one, that's pretty brutal. Like, come on, fam.
Refer to Michelle Obama and Ketanji Brown Jackson of the Supreme Court, both Harvard graduates, as not having the brain processing power to be taken seriously. Suggested that if seeing a black pilot, would assume they were a DEI hire. To my white brothers and sisters, I'm genuinely asking, how would you like your minority friends to respond to the celebration of his life? Not to his death, but to the celebration of his life.
Now, I'm trying to get as many perspectives on this as I can. Because again, this is something I'm trying to learn and I'm researching as I'm learning.
That's actually a good point. How would you look at the celebration of his life, knowing the things that you know about him as opposed to his death? That's actually a good way to fair play of words, my brother. Fair way stated, my brother. Good way to state that. That was a great way to state. You know what? Let me give him a round of applause for you. That was a good way to state that. That was good. That was good. All right, so let's continue. Here we go.
Learning myself as I'm even making videos. Like as I'm making this video, I'm learning and trying to understand myself. And again, Americans comment, how are you seeing this from a micro and a macro scale?
And that's the question we are going to go over. Like I said, this whole thing is about the impact of Charlie Kirk, and then we're going to go look at the macro point of view. So we have to pay attention because all of this, we're going to come together and figure all this out. The good, the bad, the ugly, and then we have to come to some sort of understanding. You can't just jump to emotions. You have to jump to understanding, logic, and reasoning when emotions are high. That's where we're at right now. So we got to figure this out and get a good understanding as to how this is going to give us the macro point of view in the end. And what is the macro point of view? We're going to find out. We just got to keep going. We got to keep going through all this. I got time. I ain't in a rush. Ain't got nowhere to be. Ain't got nowhere to go. I'm right here finna drop some of these jewels on you and hopefully help you think a little. I'm just here to make you think. Shout out Dan Calloway. I'm here to try to give you some, something for your brain to think on. But you're probably not, because you're probably drunk and full off of chicken wings because you're watching Crawford and Canelo fighting right now, which I'm going to find out in a little bit who won or lost. But let's continue. I digress. Let's continue. Here we go.
Maybe it's because I come from a place with consequences, but I ain't shocked by the Charlie Kirk shit at all. Where I'm from, right or wrong, if you do things that negatively impact other people's lives, there's a chance that could cost you your life. Like, say you put hands on your old lady. She goes back to her parents' house, beaten and bloody, and then her little brother sees it, decides he's had enough. He goes over to that house and he puts 3 in your chest. Ultimately, he's dead because the little brother decided to pull the trigger, but we're going to act like the hillbilly didn't have no part to play in that? Or maybe it's because I'm on the side that has historically had all of the consequences heaped upon them. Like, we're the ones who always get assassinated. Harry T. Moore, Medgar Evers, Huey Long, Harvey Milk, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, the list goes on. None of them wanted to die. And to be sure, they died because someone came and pulled the trigger. They didn't make that decision. But we're going to act like that decision wasn't visited upon them because they decided to challenge the status quo, because they decided to negatively impact the ruling class? Now I've got a situation where I have an individual who has spent the last decade trying to strip the humanity away from everybody that he deemed lesser, out here impacting the lives of thousands, if not millions of people negatively, and I'm supposed to pretend like there are going to be no consequences. Again, whenever you do the type of things that impact, you don't know how you're impacting people's lives.
Exactly. Now you see,
That is a very, very fair point. Like I said, public speaking is one of the most lucrative things, but at the same time, it does come with a huge load of consequences on the back end, because you don't know who your words are hurting. You don't know who your words are harming, and if you do know who your words are harming and you don't care and you stand on that, well, then you can't assume how somebody should react. You can't assume that somebody, well, you shouldn't do that. All he said was this. It's like, hey, respect is a huge thing. You know, when somebody feels disrespected, they act a certain way. You can't, put a container on top of how they're going to react. If they blow the lid off that container, then that's just what they're going to do. You can't control their reaction, but you can control your words and try to have a better way to understanding other people and getting your point across, or just stand on your words and accept the consequences that potentially will come with it. So he's making a good point here. He's making, and like I said, we've seen it with all other public speakers. Everybody goes in, they speak on how they feel as far as public speaking goes, and whenever you do that, 9 times out of 10, the people I don't know everybody that he named, but a lot of times when you see public speakers speaking, they're usually challenging the higher ups. That's usually what we end up seeing. That's what Martin Luther King did. That's what Malcolm X did. That's what Gaddafi did. That's what all these people were doing. You know what I mean? They were challenging the higher ups. And we all know that over time, it's been the same equation every single time people open their mouth. And even Jesus challenged the higher ups in the governmental system, and he got handled in a very, very, very brutal way. It's the same story over and over and over. It don't change. So that's what you're going into, especially with public speaking. Your words are very powerful, and it seems like public speakers that they see a very ugly, unaliving situation happen to them. But let's finish this up. Here we go.
This is like, I very much agree with this point, because I'm like, you see, again, I'm trying to get my head around it. A social media personality with links to, he has political ties basically, but also as well, it's a sense of, was he fully serious in everything he was saying and the impact of it on other people? Because obviously he was saying some very harsh things to a lot of people. But the question is, did he not take it seriously enough to think his life could be at risk? I mean, did he not expect there'd be consequences for the things he was saying? Or did he not think a lot of people would even take it personally? Like, I mean, we won't actually know now, I mean, what he actually fully thought. But again, the consequences of the things you say. I mean, look, even I understand the consequences of the things I say. I fully understand that. I mean, obviously, I don't hope anyone obviously ends me because of the things I say. My God, I say a lot of stuff, nowhere near that harsh, come on. But it is the consequences of actions, isn't it? And guns are legal in America. And the question is, where is the line? The line between protection and assault, defense and assassination? I'm just saying, I'm just making some points. Comment.
You have no idea what your words or how they will affect somebody. We recognize this as leftists. I understand there's going to be people who don't like this that I have to say. It's cops right now who would love to put me in a bag. I get that. I go do it anyway because I believe that what I'm talking is worth dying for. I hope that Charlie Kirk feels the same, because whenever you get out here and you do the type of things that impact people negatively, you need to expect that those people you negatively impact are going to come visit consequences upon you. For right or wrong, it doesn't matter. In my world, that's the reality, and you should expect that it's going to come whether it does or not. I expect my retribution to come for the ruling class. Charlie Kirk is going to have to look out for it from every minority group that he's ever demonized. Moral of the story is, if you're going to be out here trying to impact people's lives negatively, you better believe in what the fuck it is you're fighting for. As always, bro, I appreciate y'all taking the time. Much love. Y'all have a good one.
I mean...
And that right there was a very, very, very fair point, which is the point that all public speakers have had to deal with along the way. But there's a double-edged sword with that. He's speaking on standing on what it is that you talk about and what you say. And also the other guy, the commentator or the narrator of the video, Replicant Fish, he's saying that he's a podcaster or a social media content creator with political ties. Did he mean the things that he said, or was he doing it for shock value content, thinking that because he had political ties, he would be really well protected? You know what I mean? Possibly, could that have been part of it? Did he think he was just like, okay, well, now that I got the backing of the, of the politicians, I'm really well protected and I can speak freely without having to worry about any consequences? or possibly could he have been used as a pawn in a bigger plan to elicit an impactful emotion for a bigger macro viewpoint? You never know. We really don't know, but that's what I want to go in and probably potentially take a look at and see if we can figure that out. But let's continue this video.
And here's a question. If he had the chance to take back everything he said, or some of it, would he?
I mean, I think he would now. I mean, I wouldn't see why he wouldn't. Oh, wait, where's my... Oh, man. Where's my stuff at? Get this off the screen. All right, there we go. I think he would. I mean, well, I don't know. I can't say he would because, again, we don't know if, like I said, did he mean what he said or was it for shock value? You know what I mean? Did he think that because I'm a content creator with political ties, I'm heavily protected, ain't nothing gonna happen to me when I do my talking? I got, you know, armed forces and secret service around me so I can speak freely and ain't nobody gonna touch me. Or was that really him, and was he really standing on his personal belief system and standing on who he was as a man? You know what I mean? So it's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to try to figure out exactly if it's true or not, but we'll never know. Or was he just used as a pawn to give him that alleged power to make him feel like the illusion was, you know, if we give him this power, he gonna feel a certain way, so that's gonna amp him up, you know, basically put the battery in his back, you know, start talking a little reckless and stuff like that. And then, you know, when they decide to, you know, make the call, because like, all right, he's got a lot of people on his side, he's gonna, you know, he's really polarizing with the way he speaks. He's very heavily on one side. He's very, you know, strong about, you know, speaking against the other side. So then you pull that emotion, and then when something happens to him severely, then you get the impact that we have now. But it's not just the impact that we have, it's also the manipulation of rights that could be taken away. Let's continue. Let's see how this goes. Let's see what could actually happen. Here we go. Whoops.
To die just for stating his opinion. Let's be clear.
Would he? Would he?
Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to die just for stating his opinion. Let's be clear. I don't support any sort of violence, especially not gun violence. But let's not minimize the tremendous impact that Charlie Kirk had in creating the division that we see today. For example, on his podcast yesterday, hours before he passed, he said, and I quote, "Black women do not have the brain power to be otherwise taken seriously." Then he went on to defame successful black women such as Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, claiming that they are DEI hires. Defamation is words and oftentimes opinions that you can be held civilly liable for in court. If the government can acknowledge that words can kill and words have power, then why can't we?
And yes, obviously, Charlie Kirk, some would say, is a supremacist who spoke up for the white man at the downfall, the stepping on of POCs. But I mean, instantly, that rhetoric in itself, you've just created so many enemies. So many enemies. And as we've seen, some enough to go that far. Now, there are other points, there are so many other points I could make in this video. I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of people verging on, as some would call them, conspiracy theories as to what side may have actually done this, and we're not going to get into that, we're not going to do any of that. Feel free to comment if you want to. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, and the point that I want to make is, if all of this happening was to cause a reaction, I mean, my God, it's causing it. It's happening, isn't it?
I mean, that's exactly what I just said. Is this just to elicit a reaction? You know what I mean? He became a podcaster with political ties that made him feel very protected because allegedly, one of the people that was behind him in that video was one of the Secret Service men that was on stage when Trump had an attempt on his life. It was one of the same dudes that was standing down there behind him. One of the seats, he had the Secret Service with him. So, you know, he felt very comfortable and he felt very, you know, confident. So with saying some of those things, would he say those things still? And was he just used to get to this point to where when he lost his life, he would actually cause a divide, which makes people easier to conquer? But let's continue.
It's causing a reaction.
Now, am I saying that Charlie Kirk deserved to die? No, not at all. But let's not minimize the tremendous impact that Charlie Kirk has had in rolling back our rights. He was mobilizing the youth to hate people based on their skin color, their gender, their sexual orientation, and their religion. It's not just opinions.
Who would want to die for their opinion? I mean, should people...
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know if he was making people... I don't think he was making people hate people for those things. I don't agree with her on that one. I think she's reaching on that one. She's taking it too far. I don't think... people already have their opinions. They just probably felt a little bit more stronger to be outspoken about their opinions, but I don't think that he's teaching people to hate people of what she's saying. I don't agree with that. I don't think that was the case. I think people already felt that way. You know what I mean? But again, like I said, we're here to talk about, to get an understanding of the impact that this man had on, said society, and we're seeing it, and it's a very, very huge impact that he had. So now we're gonna look at another video. This one's gonna be by a guy named Zed. We're gonna take a look at this video, and we're gonna see how people felt after the situation of him being unalived. Okay, we're gonna see people who are looking at it from, people who were Democrats, and we're gonna see how they feel about the situation, and we're gonna dive in deeper to see exactly how people think about a bigger view about the situation. So this video, I think, was really informative. So shout out to Zed for this video, and shout out to Replicant Fish for the previous video. We're gonna look at this video, and we're going to get a deeper understanding of another layer of impact. All right. So we got another layer of impact. We just saw the first impact that we saw. We saw people thinking he could become president. We saw, people being divided, left side versus right side, people celebrating the fact that he's lost his life. Some people are in tears because he lost his life. Then now, you see that there's a divide amongst those people and things like that. So now we're going to take a look at another layer of impact and see how this has impacted people on a different level. So let's take a look at this video, and we're going to get a understanding of what is exactly going on with the impact from Charlie Kirk's unaliving. Here we go.
I was slowly moving away from it anyway because I was noticing certain things, but I know I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican either, but I'm not a Democrat. And I just noticed, certain things, like the way that the conversation would be shut down by calling somebody a name or calling somebody a bigot. It's like, okay, and why am I a bigot just because I disagree with you? Like, I can disagree with you and still not want anything bad for you. I just disagree. And it's like, oh, you're personally committing violence against me if you, disagree. It's like, that's a cop-out. And I would notice certain things like that. I would notice that I was being intentionally angered every 4 years so that I would go out and vote. It would be a new token thing to get behind. Oh, if you don't vote this year, this thing's gonna happen and everything's gonna be taken away. But then the next year, none of those things would happen. So I was just being gaslit every single time. And it's crazy because I didn't recognize it, but as I started to just see it, I started to see how it's one thing to believe in something, it's another thing to tell somebody they're bad if they don't, especially if the view is wacky, crazy, and all the way out there. Canceling somebody for something that they did when they was 8 years old, for something that they said when they was 8 years old, and that thing won't even a slur back then. It's like, what are we do? People can't grow. You know what I'm trying to say? It's a way to keep people in control. And if you don't think exactly how I think, if you ever step in line, I can just take away. You know what I'm trying to say? And it was just very controlling, but just very evil. And the moral superiority, the moral high horse, and the performative activism was crazy. Oh, we are so oppressed, and ride the Starbucks. It's there's actually people that are in different countries, and that's very disrespectful to them to say that you're oppressed like that. I would debate people down.
So
okay. So she has a good point. She's starting to see and get an understanding. I'm going to be fast forwarding as I talk because I'm going to be the commentator, not him. So she's basically seeing the situation that happened, and she's looking at it. I guess I should do that off screen so I won't distract you. And she's looking at it, and she's thinking to herself, I was a Democrat, but at the same time, I wasn't expecting all of this. I wasn't expecting to see somebody get straight up murked, in front of their wife and kids like that. You know what I mean? I wasn't expecting to see all that. I thought that was just a little bit too much. And, seeing that blood gushing out like a movie, it was brutal. And to think that that's, kind of stuff that you voted for, and to sit here and think that at the same time, she was also able to see that, you know, she understands, like, okay, hold on, like I'm always getting hushed, I'm always getting suppressed, and I'm always dealing with the angrier party whenever I have a different way of looking at things. And, you know, I feel like I'm being, you know, subjected to a certain way of thinking. In other words, just being indoctrinated to move along with the herd and just go with the crowd, you know. And basically she, you know, just living a life of communism at the end of the day. She just, you know, she probably didn't understand that that's what that was. But just living under a ruling of communism, you know, go with the crowd, shut up, don't speak. You if you speak out of line, we're gonna shame you, we're gonna insult you, we're gonna, you know what I mean, we're gonna threaten you, we're gonna hurt, you know. It's just violent, angry, rage. And she was able to see it. She was like, wow. And then when this violence happened, she was able to look at it and be like, hold on, it can go that far. You know what I mean? Like, it can get taken that far. That's crazy. So it's good to see that, you know, she's thinking for herself, and she's able to think outside the box and get a bigger and deeper understanding. She says she's not a Republican, but she's no longer a Democrat, so now she's neutral. Okay, so she's starting to be able to take a step back and look at both sides. And I can salute her for being neutral, because in my understanding, there's the left side and the right side, Democrat and Republican, and at the end of the day, there's still a bird in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a left wing and there's a right wing, you know, then there's the body and there's the head and the legs or whatever, and there's a bird, or we can call it a dragon, whichever one you want to call it. It could be a bird or a dragon, and that thing is flying to an agenda. It's flying. It's going somewhere, and the left side's fighting over this, the right side's fighting over that, but it don't matter which side is winning or losing. This dragon or this bird is going straight to its designated agenda. So while you're fighting left and while you're fighting right, where is this bird or where is this dragon taking you? It's going to its agenda. When it gets to that agenda, I don't think it's going to need those wings no more. You know what I mean? I think, you know what I mean? We'll use the dragon. The dragon ain't gonna need those wings no more. The dragon finna stand up and just be like, straight, like turn into Godzilla or something. He ain't gonna need them wings no more. He gonna shed, basically he do need those wings. He's gonna shed those wings and gonna have some brand new, straight up gold plated wings. So in other words, everybody who was on the, you know, left wing, right wing bandwagon is just, you both are going to realize this.
Prepare the meat so dumb.
Exactly. So both of y'all are going to get annihilated because you weren't paying attention to the agenda. You were just caught up in the rigmarole of all the small micro things that were happening, but you weren't paying attention that there was something greater going on that was going to annihilate both of y'all. In other words, if you need a better way to understand it, just think Thanos. Thanos was the prime example of everybody was looking around dealing with this and dealing with that. But when Thanos showed up, it seemed like everybody who had problems with each other looked at each other and was like, say, bro, we got a common enemy. We can't be fighting over this. This fool is about to take off. This fool is going to destroy everything. So whatever we fighting over, we got to come together and fight this fool. And that's exactly what's going on. But let's continue. Let me pull this back up and let's keep going. Here we go. Moving forward.
And here's the thing, I had to come to a realization that, like, I would go online to see what I should feel about a subject instead of actually saying what I did feel about the subject to see what they were saying, and I would hop on it. And
wow.
I have to be honest, I was hopping on bandwagons. And yes, it was when I was younger, but as I just grew older, I'm like, this not it. And finally, when it comes to the death of somebody, it's like, it doesn't matter who they are, it doesn't matter what they think. Nobody deserves that. I can see if you just heard about it, but you saw it on camera and you still saying you ain't sad about it. That's like your humanity is now lost. Like, politics is making like some of them crazy, and that's why I was just like, oh,
right,
y'all are drinking Kool-Aid right now, and I'm not gonna drink that. Like, I'm gonna just walk off, and that's one of the reasons why. And it's the nail in the coffin, because if you are so politicked out that you cannot cry when somebody unalive, you're not as moral as you think you are. Sorry.
You know, I
that's a good point. I actually commend her for having that mindset, because she's actually thinking for herself. And that's crazy that she said that. She said that she would actually go on the internet, and if a situation happened, she would go on the internet and look up how she should feel, as opposed to just have your own emotional opinion or understanding of what you just saw and how do you feel about it. That's crazy. I can't even understand that chain of thought. I cannot even like understand how somebody could even think that way. That's completely wild. Like, how could you, something just happened, and the first thing you do is you go on the internet, oh my God, how should I feel about this? And start typing in, okay, somebody just got ran over. How should I feel? I should feel, oh, if the person was mean to me, I shouldn't care. Oh, okay, cool. Then we're good. Like, that's crazy to me. Could you imagine you can't register your own emotions? Like, that is just beyond my comprehension to even understand how somebody could think that way. But I give her the, I actually commend her for being able to think outside of the box and be able to see what it is, which again is showing the impact that Charlie Kirk death has had. It's some people have been freed of a mindset that they should have not been in. So let's continue. Here we go.
Here's our sound again. That's hilarious, bro. I can't believe it.
So far, I've seen videos of just the left being pro-unaliving political opponents, whether that be Trump, J.D. Vance, people celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk today. It's just disgusting behavior. The fact that I have been a part of the left for 7 years, I never thought we'd get to the point where I would have to look at my own party and be like, oh, hold on, I can't support you anymore. Because everything that you are doing right now is against your political viewpoints and your values and beliefs. To sit here and promote gun violence against your opponents is wrong. And it arguably makes you worse than the other side, because you're basically saying these people deserve to be unalived,
right,
because our political beliefs are more important and should stand and should have more value than a human life. Yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all.
What I won't do as well is I won't acknowledge that they weren't people who actually.
Now, one thing that he did say, did you catch what he said? He said one thing is, he said, whoa, you're promoting gun violence against your opponents. It's like, opponent. Who is your opponent? You know what I mean? Again, Democrat versus Republican. Okay, if you have a left wing and a right wing, and your opponent is on the same bird or dragon, whatever you want to call it, we'll say bird, I keep switching it, then again, like who is who are the wings attached to? You know what I mean? Like, y'all are fighting over something that inevitably in the end, when the bird gets to the destination, both of y'all gonna be destroyed. Because now your viewpoints, your ideologies, whatever you thought about, how you saw things, it doesn't matter. Because like I said, if the bird is going left or right, or whatever dragon, go left or right, it's still heading to the same agenda. It's still going to that same agenda. And that agenda is not gonna benefit neither one of you left or right wings when it's all said and done. It's just not. That's not the purpose of it. It's to keep you confused and divided. It's to conquer you with division. As long as I got both of y'all fighting, I don't have to think about dealing with y'all. I can focus on getting to that agenda. I don't gotta think about, oh wait, we gotta stop, and these fools are starting to dictate where we go. Like, they're starting to realize that they're on the same bird, and they're trying to get to the body and then get to the head and then change the direction and take over and take control of they don't have to think about that. They're like, we gonna head to this agenda while these idiots are on left and right, on the left wing and the right wing. They gonna fight while the bird flies to the agenda. But conquer and divide. So far we see the impact of Charlie Kirk's death, and it's conquer and divide. So people are being conquered because they're being divided so heavily through their viewpoints. However, in this situation that we're seeing, some people are waking up. Some people actually open their eyes, and I'm not saying they're waking up and they're becoming Republicans. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're waking up and they're thinking. They're actually using their brain. They're waking up and they're thinking, which is something that the last girl said she didn't do. She said something major would happen, and I would go on the computer and type in how I should feel about this. I still can't fathom that. But now this impact of Charlie Kirk's death has some people actually thinking, which is amazing. Like, good. I'm happy for them. They're actually thinking for themselves again. They're growing up and they're thinking. Because you got to remember, these people don't look old. These look like young kids. These kids look young. You know what I mean? Like that girl looked like she had to been like in her early to mid 20s at the latest, if that. You know what I mean? So her ideology, she was brought up in a schooling that potentially taught her a whole bunch of like left-minded things, because you got to remember, like Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, all that stuff, and all the whoredom and all the other crazy stuff you see on there, you can see unalivings easily on Twitter. Ain't nothing to it. Just type it in and you'll find it. Like they grew up in a world where like you could see anything, and then the political agenda that was pushed on them was different than opposed to somebody who's older than them growing up. So now they're breaking free from this situation, and it's making them think like, hold on, like, wait, I have a brain. I can actually think for myself. I can actually come to a rational decision without using this device all the time. This device is not me. It doesn't work that way. So it's refreshing to see that one of the impacts of this situation is some people are actually freeing their minds and having a way of thinking for themselves. So that's another layer of impact that we see. But let's continue. Here we go.
He said, hey, this is too far.
Wait. Okay, now this woman right here that we're going to watch next, this woman is going to make a huge, huge, huge point. Listen to what she's about to say. She's about to make a very, very big point, looking at this from a different impact of this situation. So here we go. Let's take a look.
Broken for a man that told the truth.
People are feeling a sense of euphoria, and people are feeling a sense of relief that it happened. But I think it's really important that, and I keep saying this, that we quell this with a sense of stoic realism. And that this event has changed our political landscape, not for the better. Personal feelings towards him, even you wishing this on him a month ago, yesterday, 3 hours ago. Actualization of the event is the issue. It's not wrong for you to hate his guts. It's wrong for you not to defend his rights. The way that people are talking about this is so gross. Not even like that they don't care that he's gone, but it's like everyone just forgot who he is, someone's father. What are you talking about? Does that suddenly forego? The issue was not that he was someone's father. The issue wasn't even that he was a person. The issue is that this changes our political landscape and justifies unaliving people for their opinions, even when they are not elected officials with direct control over legislation. We are approaching
that right there, what she just said, that right there speaks volumes. This dude ain't got no political affiliation at all. Maybe he had, some political influence, but he wasn't a politician. And somehow it's showing that, because like I said, I thought he was a social content media. I thought he was a social media content creator. The other guy thought he was a podcaster with, I guess, some political ties apparently. But however, he's not a politician, but some way, somehow, this content creator got assassinated for speaking his political opinions. But he's not a politician, but he got dealt like he was one. That's the thing. But let's let her continue.
A direct control over legislation. We are approaching a societal norm of not being able to tell people what you believe in or become too influential at the threat of being unalived. That's the issue. Not people not caring that he's gone. It's the violence that will ensue has set a political precedent of unaliving influential pundits. That's what? Who cares that people hate him? Who cares? Who cares that people were wishing for this to happen? Who cares? It has happened. It has happened, and now all of our rights are at stake. Not even from the administration. There is an agreement that we have within society that I will not infringe upon your rights, and you will not infringe upon mine, and I will enforce your rights. In exchange for me enforcing your rights, you enforce my rights. If I don't like what you're doing with your rights, the agreement is that I enforce them regardless. Because if I stop enforcing your rights because I don't like it, now I have nothing to justify enforcing my rights. There are no real protections from people attacking you or punishing you or executing you for using your First Amendment rights. The only thing that comes after that is jail time or their own execution. But there is no real protection for us. The second we realize that we don't actually have to uphold the contract, everything falls apart. There's no real way for the government to enforce someone not unaliving you for your political stance. No matter how influential you are, there is no real protection from that. There is nothing really stopping anyone from doing so. This is the precedent that this has set. Wishing for something to happen is not the same as it actually happening. Your thoughts are your First Amendment. Your actual actions are not. They're not your right. You don't get to just impose that onto other people. It's why we only prosecute actualized crime when you really do the thing and not a thought crime. Because you can still enforce the right for someone to think whatever they want to think. You can no longer enforce Charlie Kirk's rights. He doesn't have any anymore. It is irreversible. If you...
Ooh, boy. Sheesh. And that right there is another impact that most people probably didn't see, and she nailed it. She nailed it. Your right to free speech, that is at stake. So that raises the question as to why was he this podcaster or social media content creator with political ties? Was he propped up to be that, to create this situation? Did I have my face on her the whole time? Did y'all see her? I don't think I had her up there. Oh man, I think I had my face up here the whole time. Y'all didn't get to see her. I may have to run it back and let the whole thing play again. I'll actually do it. That's the thing. Like, was he propped up just to be a did they prop him up just to be what he is and then take him down because he was such a great speaker that they was like, okay, cool, speak how you want to feel? You know, did they just use him as a pawn is what I'm trying to say. Was he a pawn in a bigger scheme of things? If we can use him as a pawn, as a social media guy, to make him like people think that he has a chance to be political, but he's not political, but he has a political ties, and then we take him down, then would people honor his rights, or would they realize that we took his rights away by shutting him up? Because that's what's at stake, are your rights to free speech. That's one of the bigger impacts. Some people are scared to speak out now. Some people are scared to go out to public places and say certain things now because of what just happened. But remember, he wasn't a real politician. He was just a social media content creator. And now he gets unalived for having political opinions. You get unalived for having political opinions, but you're not a politician. You're just a regular person. You're just a content creator, a internet person. So you can't say certain things on the internet now without facing a consequence of being assassinated, is what I'm saying. I'm going to let it play again because I don't know if I had my face on it or if I had her on the screen. So I'm going to go back and start over from the beginning. I'm going to let her talk the whole way through and then we'll continue. So let's let her go and cook this up again because she was cooking. So let's go ahead and let her cook. I'm going to run it back one more time. Here we go.
That it happened. Feeling a sense of euphoria.
For a man that told the truth.
People are feeling a sense of euphoria, and people are feeling a sense of relief that it happened. But I think it's really important that, and I keep saying this, that we quell this with a sense of stoic realism, and that this event has changed our political landscape, not for the better. Personal feelings towards him, even you wishing this on him a month ago, yesterday, 3 hours ago. Actualization of the event is the issue. It's not wrong for you to hate his guts. It's wrong for you not to defend his rights. The way that people are talking about this is so gross. Not even like that they don't care that he's gone, but it's like everyone just forgot who he is. Someone's father. What are you talking about? Does that suddenly forego? The issue was not that he was someone's father. The issue wasn't even that he was a person. The issue is that this changes our political landscape and justifies unaliving people for their opinions, even when they are not elected officials with direct control over legislation. We are approaching a societal norm of not being able to tell people what you believe in or become too influential at the threat of being unalived. That's the issue. Not people not caring that he's gone. It's the violence that will ensue has set a political precedent of unaliving influential pundits. That's what cares that people hate him. Who cares? Who cares that people were wishing for this to happen? Who cares? It has happened. It has happened, and now all of our rights are at stake. Not even from the administration. There is an agreement that we have within society that I will not infringe on your rights, and you will not infringe upon mine, and I will enforce your rights in exchange for me enforcing your rights to enforce my rights. If I don't like what you're doing with your rights, the agreement is that I enforce them regardless. Because if I stop enforcing your rights because I don't like it, now I have nothing to justify enforcing my rights. There are no real protections from people attacking you or punishing you or executing you for using your First Amendment rights. The only thing that comes after that is jail time or their own execution. But there is no real protection for us. The second we realize that we don't actually have to uphold the contract, everything falls apart. There's no real way for the government to enforce someone not unaliving you for your political stance. No matter how influential you are, there is no real protection from that. There is nothing really stopping anyone from doing so. This is the precedent that this has set. Wishing for something to happen is not the same as it actually happening. Your thoughts are your First Amendment. Your actual actions are not. They're not your right. You don't get to just impose that onto other people. It's why we only prosecute actualized crime when you really do the thing and not a thought crime. Because you can still enforce the right for someone to think whatever they want to think. You can no longer enforce Charlie Kirk's rights. He doesn't have any anymore. It is irreversible.
If you voted Democrat like I did.
And that right there. And I just pulled up something. I typed in his occupation or his profession. So I typed in Charlie Kirk right here, and I said Charlie Kirk's occupation or profession, whatever you want to call it, is author, TV producer, media personality, and at the very bottom now it says political activist. I'm like, okay, he's a political activist, but what? I mean, can it? So he's a political activist, but he's not a actual elected official. So he has the right to, speak on said things. However, because he was a media personality, and then you want to mix that with political activists, now that just sets the precedence to say that you cannot be a media personality speaking about political things. That right there within itself, and you're a non-elected official, and you get assassinated like that for speaking as a content creator. So if you're a content creator and you speak politically about something out in public, you potentially have that chance for that to happen to you. And then the reaction that comes about after it, the impact that it has after it, is that people are not paying attention to the fact that it's not about left or right. It's about the fact that that man did have a right to speak. He did have the right to speak, regardless if you liked it or not. But because because people don't see the big picture, they're more upset or happy that he's unalive, as opposed to the fact that your rights of free speech are being infringed upon. That's the problem that people are not paying attention to. So the impact of his death has multiple layers on top of it as we continue and we keep going. But let's continue on with this video. Here we go.
You voted for a party that does not exist anymore. This is not the Kennedy Democratic Party. This is not the party of people that want to give back to their community, that they believe in kindness for everybody, equality, and acceptance. None of these things exist anymore in the Democratic Party. I am ashamed of the Democratic Party, and I have been for a long time, which is why I consider myself an independent now. And here we are, it's 24 years after 9/11, and we are in no better shape than we were on that day, except now the war is inside of our country. The war is us against each other. We have lost our way in the United States. Democrats and liberals, people that are all like, you know, peace and love and equality and unity, have come onto this app to say the most horrific things about this 31-year-old man. And in Washington, they asked for a moment of silence, and Democrats were booing, were audibly booing, and refused to stand for this man. I don't even recognize the United States. I really don't. We're a laughing stock to many other countries that are looking at us saying, like, are you all okay? We're not okay. We are not the United States of America. We are divided. We are clearly divided. And if the murder of Charlie Kirk does not prove that, I don't know what will. Honestly, I don't know what will.
This is going to be a short and simple.
I wasn't aware that they did a moment of silence for him and he got booed for his moment of silence. Just to think, like, he had a really, really huge impact on things. And to think that a social media content creator has that much of an impact if he speaks politically about how he feels. Now, again, granted, some of the stuff that he was saying as we look back on it were they were pretty harsh. And as long as you stand on your square, you stand on your square. They were pretty harsh. But the big impact that I don't think people are paying attention to is, like, you don't have the right to say that. And if you do say that and you get unalived for it, it's okay. But the problem that people, again, I keep saying this, I know people refuse to look up and, like, who is the one doing these things, causing these unalivings or assassinations? Like, what is it that I cannot say that's going to cause me to get unalived? But it's the same playbook that happens over and over and over and over. I mean, this goes all the way as far back as to Jesus. You know what I mean? Jesus said certain things. Jesus said what, Jesus basically spoke on, like, I'm not inside. What he was saying in a nutshell was, like, public versus private. He was basically saying, I'm not inside your governmental system, not in those words. And they didn't like that. So because he was speaking on who he knew he was, they went ahead and handled him accordingly. A very violent way. And that same thing goes on and on and on and on through your Malcolm X's, through your Martin Luther Kings, through all these people you can think of who are public speakers, not very violent people, but public speakers. They end up getting unalive because they have influence. But let's continue. Let's see what this woman has to say. Here we go.
Video. I haven't done one in forever. I just got out of the gym, so sorry I look like this. I just want to say, unfriend me. Seriously, unfriend me. I don't want any Democrats or liberals following me, or I don't want to be friends with them anymore. I'm an independent, and however I know right from wrong, I know good from evil, and I can't take it anymore. The Democrats have shown how purely evil they are. The Democratic politicians promote violence, promote, like, hatred to anybody that has a opposite opinion, and it was clear today. Today was the last step. I will never vote Democratic again, and I no longer want anybody following me who is one. So goodbye, Felicia. I'm done.
So I went to bed early. Just didn't feel right. I wanted to get my emotions together. And this is what we'll say. I was a Democrat my whole life. I never will be ever again. The party's gone. You'll never see the White House in this lifetime again. The red wave is going to sweep the nation. That's a fact. And Democrats no longer get to say they're compassionate, the right is evil. You've shown your true colors. We got ugly, fat nasty-looking white women celebrating the death of a young man, when it was a Maryland dad who had child porn, was in a gang, did not want to go back to his country because rival gangs would kill him. He supported that man, and then he did not support an actual family man, a Christian, who liked to have a conversation, not an argument. The left wants to scream and pout and be childish. Baron Trump, where's my luggage? I heard an adult say that, okay? Look up what Baron Trump has done with his trust money. Just look that up once. You know, if Donald J. did half of the things that Hunter Biden did, this earth would explode. The left, you no longer have a say. You no longer have a First Amendment right. You've lost it. You've lost it. You've lost your minds. You've proven it. I don't know what to tell you.
I was raised a Democrat. I'm black.
And he says that the left no longer has a First Amendment right, which that's where he's wrong, because the First Amendment right is being challenged on both sides. Your right to free speech is being challenged on both sides. And looking at one side versus the other, I don't think it's the way to look at it. However, we're seeing the impact now. We're seeing the impact. People are now able to think for themselves. They're no longer associating themselves with an ideology. Number two, people are thinking about their rights. So we're seeing these layers of impact. But we're also seeing that there's still a divide amongst the people as a part of the impact. So there's still a divide and conquer going on. But there's also, you know, people waking up to said cause and actually thinking about their rights. So let's continue. So it's a very, very, very heavy situation that's going on because there's a lot to unpack, but there's still a big view in the end. But let's keep going. Here we go.
That's just it. Even though Nigerian culture is very conservative, if you're black, you vote Democrat.
She says, I was raised black, Democrat, no matter what. I understand.
That's what you know. And then in 2023, I started asking questions. Something just didn't feel right. I started asking questions. And I quickly realized that the Democratic Party is ran as a cult. You're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to, even have an opinion outside the one everyone has. You have to walk in unison with everybody else, talk the same, walk the same, act the same. You're not allowed to think outside the box. And if you dare to call it outside the box, you will be canceled. You will be doxxed immediately. And their language is violence. And it doesn't have to be just what we just saw with Charlie. Even just in conversing with them, it's immediate violence, name calling, abuse. I mean, violence 24/7. They're always ready to be violent. And then in 2024, I wasn't sure how to vote. I just kept saying, I don't know how to vote. I met a bunch of conservatives and we had a group chat and we would talk and I would ask questions. They would answer with so much kindness. And I would say, but this is not right, because I still had that Democrat arrogance in me. And they would say, it's okay, Nika.
Just Democrat arrogance.
It's okay, we can explain it to you as many times as you want, they will say. As many times as you want, we'll explain it to you. And they would tell me, you should watch Charlie. So I watched Charlie. Every day. Sometimes I disagree with him. Sometimes I agree. Sometimes I would yell onto my laptop when I'm watching his podcast. Sometimes I will clap. But I watch Charlie every day. He became part of my routine every single day. Conservatives are the majority in this country. Republicans are the majority in this country. They're just called the silent majority because the other side, the Democrats, even though there's only a few of them left, they're diminishing at the speed of light. They're so loud and they're so obnoxious and they're so violent. That I feel like they almost bully conservatives into submission, right? They're the party who cuts you off. They cut off family, they cut off friends, they dox your job, they cancel you. So then you stop speaking. You don't speak. Conservatives don't speak. They're not loud. Since he passed away, I've seen people dancing, rejoicing, clapping, twerking. They love to twerk. Twerking, jumping up and down. And this is the people who are supposed to be the good people. That's what they do. They wear that as the armor, sanctimonious as ever. We're the good people. We're liberals. We're still great. We're amazing. So petulant. I say all that to say, I think the only way this behavior of theirs will ever change if, and I was telling to my conservative friends about this, I say, we have to adopt part of their behavior.
Really?
That's the only way. That's the only way it's going to change.
See, I don't.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that ending. Adopt a part of their behavior. I didn't see that coming. She went all the way around just to end it with adopt.
This is what the world's.
Okay. NVIDIA, is that what that is? No, it's not. Yeah, she came all that way just to finish off with saying we have to adopt some of that behavior. I didn't see that coming. I don't know what she's talking about on that one. She missed me with that one. She got a little bit more, but we'll end her on that one. But so as you see, another person has used the way to use their brain to think, and but what she did was, in her case, she said that she's no longer Democrat, but now she listened to Charlie, and I don't know, it seemed like she swayed conservative. I don't know if she's neutral now. I don't know what she is, but hopefully it's causing her to wake up and think for herself, because like she said, she had a Democrat arrogance about her whenever she would interact with people out in the world. And she said that some of the conservative people were really nice and sweet to her, but she would just be arrogant and just be rude to people for no reason. And basically just having that rude attitude for just no apparent reason at all whatsoever. Just their mind is so caught up. Your brain is so caught up on, oh, you're a conservative, I don't like you, I hate you. And a conservative person, if they may think, I don't know, they may think, oh, you're a liberal, I don't like you. And now the conservatives are mad at the liberals because, oh, you're the reason why Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And still a bickering, and still a fighting, but still this situation has multiple layers of impacts. As we've seen a layer of impact where it causes a divide. We've seen a moment of impact where we've seen people think, actually use their brain, think outside the box. They didn't go Republican, but they're like, I'm neutral, I'm going to think because of what's going on. Then you had someone else think, and they were like, yo, this is a rights issue. Our rights are being challenged right now, and we're not even paying attention to it. Some people are so happy that this man has been assassinated, and some people are so busy fighting the other side that they're not looking at the fact that, your rights are being infringed upon, because that's what happened. He got shot because of his right to free speech, and people are not really paying attention to that. But however, unfortunately, that has been something that's happened to all public speakers who speak against who is the question. Who are they speaking on that is so bad that they have to make a public display out of you in broad daylight in front of your wife and kids? Because remember, Malcolm X did the same way. He got shot in front of his wife and kids. So what is it that you're saying that is causing something that is so profound that is making somebody either A, use you as a crash dummy to further their agenda, or B, realize that you have influence that could alter the minds of people that would ruin their way to their agenda? Who is that? What is causing that? So that's just a deeper way of people have to think about something. Now, speaking of sphere of influence, I have another video that we're gonna watch, and this guy's gonna talk about the influence and impact that people have, and to show you, the power of influence and what it can do, which is just another layer of impact that we're gonna look at. So this guy here is Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to the Coach Gang. I enjoy him. We're gonna look at this video that he recently did on the Charlie Kirk situation, and let's see what he has to say about it. So here we go. Check this out.
To do so, I've organized them in collective thought of how they do things. Like
I knew that was gonna happen. I forgot to refresh the screen. Whoopsies. Oh, my bad. All right, let me get this fixed real quick. Hold on. I forgot to refresh the screen. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right, let me get him back up here, and let let him cook. Here we go. Sorry about this. It's Coach Greg Adams.
You're seeing today is organization of people. You're seeing me collect an organization of people. Then you can say he could sign up for an extra program. I can organize people off the internet. Then you can organize people in public. That means I can organize people and say, I'm going to hold court in front of 6,000 people. You have to understand that that is a threat. You have become a threat to the system. Now, in past times, you can build an army and become a threat to the king. Right? You can become a threat to the fiefdom, to the feudal system. You can organize men. You can organize women. You can dictate how they do things. Like I could tell men, stay single until you get money. And then if I can get 30,000 men to do so, I've organized them in collective thought. You're a threat. Now that you become a threat, you have to realize that it doesn't matter if you can organize 10 men or you can organize hundreds of thousands of men. Whatever your numbers are, that means you're able to organize them. You can develop a mailing list. This is why you get the platform, because they want to take away your ability to deorganize. Okay, now I can become a king. In a political system, Saddam Hussein can get a political system. The little mustache man can organize a group of people and then overtake a political system. You are a public figure. You're a celebrity. You can organize men, collect thoughts. You can sway opinions. You are important. So you are a threat. When you walk outside, they say, nigga, you ain't behind that internet no more. All right, we can arrest you, we can detain you, we can embarrass you, we can demoralize you, we can demean you, we can literally take your fucking head off.
And that is similar to how they was basically trying to get Jesus. Every time Jesus got around a government system, they was like, aha, there you are. Question, 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 question. Question, 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 question. And he ain't never answered no questions. Because he who asks the questions got all the power. He's like, I ain't answering your question. I'm answering your question with a question. Question you back. And then, you know, when he finally answered the questions, you know, but remember he had to give them the power to actually get a hold of him. But when he finally, you know, started answering questions and stuff like that, that's when, you know, mayhem started. You know, they constantly are trying to get after you. But let them continue. You got a little bit more, then we're going to move on.
Hey, we can take your head off. So that is a threat. Public Enemy used to talk about that, right? You're public enemy number one. This is the importance of knowing about the Nation of Islam. You know, you're or the NAACP. Martin Luther King. He was able to organize people in collective thought. He's a threat. Then he's using subversive tactics. You're a threat. So with that being said, I don't care if you got 10 men or hundreds of thousands of men and women. You're going to be known. They're going to get a file on you. They're going to know you. They're going to want to know you. Have you ever had this happen?
Well, yeah, there's that. They will use that against you because, you know, like he said, once you become influential enough, like all public speakers are, they're very powerful, they're very influential, they're able to sway people's ways of thoughts and thinking. And whenever you're able to sway people's thoughts and thinking and give them a way of understanding to have hope, to have courage, to think, to be brave, to take action, that is a threat to the system. Is that what Charlie Kirk had? Is that what he had? Because when you watch it and we go back and we look at some of the people that was on his side, as far as like understanding his ideology and along with what he thinks, you being a content creator and a public speaker, he was standing on public stages speaking. You had a guy on podcasts. This dude right here. I mean, to think about this, somebody actually said this to him right here. Listen to what this guy right here. He said this. Hold on, let me pull it up. This guy right here, I don't know who he is, but he said this.
Charlie Kirk presidency 15 years from now?
Charlie Kirk presidency 15 years from now. That is a bold statement to make. And his response was no. But if people are in their minds seeing him as like, if he keeps going in this way, we see him We see his words, we see his thoughts, we see his ideology, we see his viewpoints, we see his philosophy as a way that could lead us in a direction that we want to go in. You know what I'm saying? We could see him as a influential leader in a direction that we want to go in. So that means that the people are looking at him and we're like, well, we like his words and we like the way he thinks better than we like even the current president right now. We like the way he thinks better than the vice president. Like, you know what I mean? So his words were having such a huge impact that when you do get that powerful as a public speaker, or what we call it now today, media personality, whatever you want to call it, it will garnish some unwanted attention. But the question is, who feathers are you ruffling? Because allegedly, what we come to find out now is that we come to find out this right here. Let me go ahead and pull this up right here. This is what we allegedly come to find out about said situation. Is this, well, hold on, before I pull this up, I have to refresh the screen. Let me refresh the screen real quick so we don't have to get no freaking, okay, cool. So now, after all that, we find out allegedly that this is the outcome. This is who we have been told is the culprit. Here we go.
And we now have more information about this suspect. We have a name to tell you, and this is according to multiple sources and our team of reporters covering federal law enforcement, Tom Winter, Mike Costner, our colleagues. Tyler Robinson is the suspect in custody. He is from Utah. He's in custody and with state authorities in Utah, born in 2003. And so Tyler Robinson is the name that, according to multiple sources, is the suspect who is in custody. From our reporting, we understand he has been in custody for a number of hours now. And what happens with that, as Morgan was just saying, there was a point where authorities knew very little about who this person was. Well, once you have an individual identified, many new doors open. Tyler Robinson will now be subject to having all of his electronics reviewed, having subject to a search warrant, and that would be the typical process now, that once he's identified and in custody, authorities are able to get the court permission to execute search warrants. That could be places where he lives, seizing any phones, digital footprint, any of those things. Also checking the records for the purchase of the weapon that was used here. Can they tie that weapon to him? All of those avenues are now open to federal authorities. This is a state crime, not a federal crime.
So with this that we see right here, with all this happening, now we get a rando put on the screen and they saying that this is the person that did it. Do we know? We don't know, because the first person they grabbed was some old man that was like 60 years old. They had him handcuffed and I guess they let him go. Now they got this kid here that said that he did it. But at the end of the day, do we even know that this is true? Because what you're going to see right here is you have this video footage of, where is it? Where's the video footage of right here? You have this video footage that shows him up here actually on a rooftop running away. Check this out.
So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified.
So looking at that video, my question would be as to where's the pow pow? Because I'm under the impression that if you're that far away, you have to have something that's long range. So where is it? Did you leave it up on the back? Did you leave it on the rooftop? Where is it? You're running around unarmed. You know what I mean? They're gonna say you left it on the rooftop. Well, I mean, why would you leave that on the rooftop? I don't understand why is that not in his arms as he's running away. So we get this story of this person running away. So we don't know who this individual is as far as who they're putting the blame on for unaliving Charlie Kirk. But we do know that he was very, very, very influential. With him being influential, let's take a look at exactly how influential he was. So let's see. Charlie Kirk, social media followers. How many did he have? So on YouTube, he had 4.5 million subscribers. And let's see, followers on all platforms. So he had 4.5 million. We'll just use YouTube because Instagram he has 3.5 million. His TikTok is gaining over 1.5 million. His Facebook is adding more than 2.3 million. So that's a lot of people to have influence over. You know what I mean? That's a lot of people. And those people who go to you, I would say majority of them go to you because they actually want to hear you and not just hate on you. I would say majority of people would be that. Not, I wouldn't say. Yeah, probably majority of those followers are people who actually want to hear you talk. So having that kind of power and having that kind of influence as a public speaker, having the impact on people like that. But however, you are a social media person, you are a public speaker, and you had a political viewpoint on how you saw that you wanted the country to be ran, but you were not an elective official. However, you got dealt with like you were an elected official. So it's crazy to see such a thing. It's crazy to see. And then when people see that happen to you, nobody thinks to think about your right of free speech being violated. But again, we saw this happen with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and people of those things. But then we even saw it across the globe with Gaddafi. He didn't have anything to do in America as far as free speech or anything like that. But for some reason, he ruffled the wrong feathers when he decided to use gold as his standard of living as opposed to a currency. And when that happened, he ended up meeting the same fate. So it's almost like, public speaker or not, you're meeting the same fate and you're ruffling the feathers of the same bird, but you're on two different sides of the planet. But I digress. I'm not gonna go that far. So we have this here. All right. And as we look at this, we're seeing that a lot of this stuff has impact. But what is the macro point of view that is really going on if you really pay attention to it all? And we're going to look at that right now. So if we look at the macro view, there's a video that I came across, and we're going to sit here and watch. It's a long video, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And there's a man who spoke about exposing the biggest scam is what he calls it. But he has his viewpoint on what's really going on in his perspective of Charlie Kirk. I'm going to let him speak to you on this, and I want you to listen to what he's saying, because he has a very good point as to exposing a macro issue that nobody's paying attention to. At least the mass majority are not paying attention to see what the main problem, the macro problem point of view as to what this whole thing is all about. So let me go ahead and pull this up, and let's go ahead and take a look at this video. Make sure I got it on the screen correctly. All right, here we go.
Charlie Kirk is dead, and it exposed something vile and horrifying that I want to share with you right now, just kind of candidly. He was murdered while he's speaking in public to a group of college kids. And there's one part of this that I think should horrify you to the deepest parts of your very soul. Instead of a universal outrage, instead of every decent person saying this is insane and this is wrong, the internet seemingly lit up with these celebrations and cheers and memes and people actually laughing and celebrating the murder.
Wow, somebody actually said, now your children have no father, laughing emojis. We got, somebody said, go get Trump next. Somebody says, rest in peace. Maybe Elon should be next. I wonder now, many people are waking up and thinking, praying Elon is next. Do libs of TikToks next? Me waiting for someone to get the libs of TikToks like a game of whack-a-mole. Like, so you see the divide that's being placed upon. And again, these could be real accounts. These could be bots, because there is a, what is it? There is a government agency that does hire people to make multiple of social media accounts so then that they can spew out their control of social society. There is a entity that does that, and I'm pretty sure with the implementations of AI, it just exuberates that whole operation. But I digress. Let's continue. Here we go.
Murder of a man because he wore a different political jersey. So let that sink in for a second. And I don't think any of this is about Charlie Kirk, the person. And I don't think it's about whether you liked him or hated him or didn't even care. I think it's about the fact that political murder is somehow just another headline nowadays. And we scroll right past it. There is a whole new low for where we could go. And you have people online cheering like it's their team winning a Super Bowl. And what you're seeing is an evil, evil mask slipping. This is a signal, and it's a signal that we, and I do mean we, all crossed into something that is a lot darker than just politics. This right here, what we're seeing, is what happens when violence becomes part of a political conversation. When actual TV networks air over and over clips that encourage people to see the other side not as neighbors that we might disagree with, but as enemies that need to be destroyed, as the threat to society. And you've seen it, I have no doubt. We all have seen this. People in the media saying these people are a threat, these people are dangerous, maybe some violence is justified, and it's not fringe anymore. This is mainstream. And there are thousands of these clips out there aired to millions of people, kind of nudging, suggesting, maybe planting seeds that maybe a fist, maybe a bullet is a legitimate form of political debate.
You resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck.
Biggest terror threat in this country.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
A lot of people don't have the attention span to maybe...
So you see that there? Do you see that? They're basically like low-key trying to, mold you into believing this evil ideology. Slowly but surely, they're trying to get you to believe in that. But again, there's a macro point of view to all of this. So when we're still not left-wing, we're still not right-wing. That's not what this is about. We're not left wing, we're not right wing. We're focused on the bird or the dragon that's flying towards an agenda. Because it doesn't matter if we go Democrat, it don't matter if you go Republican, that don't matter. What matters is the bird is still heading towards a destination. Who is in control of the bird? Where's the bird going? Because when it gets there, it's all hell for everybody. But let's pay attention, because we got to get to the macro point of view, which is taking us there.
Stick with this, but I pray that you do, because I'm going to expose something here that's going to change everything for you if you stick around. But here's the irony, and what I think is a absolute concrete law of history. It's concrete law. The minute that your ideas require violence to enforce or spread, they're already completely bankrupt. Every tyrant, every failed ideology, every social collapse starts the exact same way. The debate dies, then violence takes the place of debate. And you can't argue with a gun. You can only kill with it. And when killing is the substitute for a conversation, society as a whole starts falling off a cliff. And we all, myself included, we all have been sold the biggest con of our entire life. And this is that the problem is left versus right, or Republicans versus Democrats. And that is the distraction fireworks show that they want us screaming about while they're doing something else. And this is a magician's trick. And I'm about to really show you what Charlie, God rest his soul, has kind of exposed here. If you turned on cable news today, you go in your living room, turn it on, maybe you scroll social media, what are you gonna see? The absolute fringe. They're gonna show you the loudest, dumbest, most cartoonish people from the other side blasted in your face 24/7. You're not being shown your neighbor or your coworker or the mom next door who votes differently. You're being shown a bunch of professional lunatics that are handpicked to make you think one thing. And the one big thing that they want you to think is, oh my God, these people are insane. They are the enemy. That's the reason that we're going downhill. And none of this is an accident. This is word for word textbook psychological operations. And military psyops manuals literally describe how you isolate a target audience, then you pump them full of a bunch of outrage, you create a tribal us versus them identity. This is...
Did you hear that? Military psyops manual. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. Now we'll pay attention to the macros. Pay attention to the macro point of view. This could be potentially a military psychological operations manual, a psyop manual. Pay attention to what he's saying. One secret military manual used to manipulate public perception. When you see the word public, always replace it with the word government. Let's continue.
This is straight out of a psyops textbook. So why would we want to do this? Or why would psyops want to do this? Because once you're locked into tribal thinking, you're going to swallow anything. You're going to believe any lie about the other side. You're going to cheer when other people suffer. You'll excuse things that you would never excuse in your own neighborhood if you watched it right in front of you and it was one of your neighbors. This is exactly the playbook on how you get otherwise decent, kind people laughing at a murder on the internet. That is how you radicalize a country without firing a shot. And let me tell you something that you're not supposed to think about right now. You share more in common. You share more with somebody across the aisle than with a billionaire donor or some media executive pretending to speak for you. I don't think they want you to see that. They need you divided. They have to have you blind and full of rage, because a united, sane, connected public is the one thing that they actually fear. So
they need you divided, and they need you full of rage. They need you full of anger, hate, fight, arrogant. They need you they need you in a sinful state, a ball of negative energy. Keep that in mind. Let's keep going.
how does a normal person, just a regular person, a guy who loves his kids, pays his bills, maybe argues politics at Thanksgiving, how does he turn into somebody who cheers at the assassination of a political opponent on the internet? This does not happen overnight. It is a formula, and I'm going to lay it out for you very plain right here. Number one is isolation. And this is where you don't just disagree with people anymore. You're told not even to interact with them. You don't have friends on the other side. Don't date them. Don't work with those people. You need to cut them out of your life. That is step one. And if you're paying attention, that's also step one of joining a cult. So step two is echo chambers. You surround yourself only with opinions that sound just like yours. Social media makes damn sure of this. And algorithms serve you more of what already pisses you off. And this has been proven and documented in research. So that rage gets recycled and concentrated like moonshine, like a moonshine still. And if you haven't caught on yet, this is step two of building a cult, a dangerous cult. So step three here is the tribal script. This is the us versus them narrative. Your side is righteous, their side is evil. Every single issue is framed like a holy war, and it doesn't matter if it's taxes or healthcare. It's suddenly life or death, and it's good versus evil. And if you add,
it's suddenly life or death, and it's good versus evil. Pay attention. We're getting into the macro point of view. We've already seen the impact. The impact had multiple layers to it. We saw impacts of people waking up. We saw impacts of people being divided. We saw impacts of people, speaking on what they used to be like and how they used to think, giving insight on how the other people think. We saw the impact of people believing that this guy was going to become the next president, so how they felt towards the other side. There was no one side that hated one side more than the other. It was like both equal amounts of rage going on. There was a impact of the people being desensitized to seeing somebody get assassinated and not care about the fact that their wife and kids are sitting right there watching it. It was a huge impact. But now we're seeing the macro point of view. The macro point of view is pointing you into a direction of where it all comes to a head. So let's continue. We're getting there.
Outrage and righteous superiority, and our brain chemistry starts going bonkers, crazy. That cocktail makes people feel morally justified in hating and silencing and celebrating violence. That is true radicalization. That's how you turn regular people into basically a sleeper agent without them even knowing. The bad news is that what I just said is only the beginning, and it's happening on both sides of the imaginary aisle. Here's the truly horrifying.
Both sides of the imaginary aisle. What both sides is he talking about? Democrat and Republican. And what's the imaginary aisle? The bird. Nobody's paying attention to where the bird is flying. The bird is heading to an agenda. The left wing is fighting over something. The right wing is fighting over something. But there's a bird. The body, the head, the feet. It's going to an agenda. Where is it headed? And when it gets there, what's going to happen to the wings? What's going to happen to the wings when it get there? I'm pretty sure it ain't going to be nothing good, but let's continue.
All of this, it's not just a result of some advertising and algorithms. This is deliberate, and I would stake my reputation on it. This is not just some accidental byproduct of politics. This, what we're seeing right here, is engineered step by step to keep you outraged and blind and keep you just kind of stabbing and punching at shadows. All the while, this real power, the people who profit from division, stay completely untouchable. So keep this in mind while we're talking.
The people who profit from division stay completely untouchable. Keep that in mind. He said division. That's what we see. That was part of the impact. Part of the impact was division. Divide and conquer while they still profit. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So we're trying to understand what is this macro point of view with Charlie Kirk's assassination. We're getting there.
You have more in common with someone who voted different than you did than the people that you see parading their narratives on TV. Please keep that in mind forever if you're able to. An absolutely brutal truth that nobody really wants to face. Assassinations that, especially like we saw with Charlie Kirk, assassinations are not usually about stopping some kind of evil. They're about stopping ideas. You don't kill somebody because their argument was weak. You silence them because you were terrified that their words are working on people.
Didn't we just talk about that? Didn't I just tell you Charlie Kirk had a big social media following? People were liking his ideologies, his philosophy, the way he thinks, the way he talks, the way he walks. The way they liked the charisma he had. He probably was on a debate team, and he had his really good skills of speaking. He stood, even though you might not agree with what he said, he stood on it. People liked what he stood for when he spoke. People liked his Christian values. People liked his family values. Some people didn't like the way he saw other races and how, he would explain the situations that he saw when it came to other races. But however, he stood on it, and he even had probably more of a favoritism than those in political power, even though he's not an elected official, because elected officials, they're on that wing of the bird, but they're helping that bird get to the agenda. They're helping the bird get to the agenda. That's what you don't know. But somebody like Charlie Kirk, he probably was on the bird, but he was like, I'm not. At some point, he would have probably been like, I'm not a part of your agenda. I'm a part of a higher calling. And you saw that he had a heavy faith in God. Let's continue.
Think about Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't murdered because he was irrelevant and he had bad ideas. He was killed because his vision of racial and economic unity and equality was gaining traction in the country. If you look at President Kennedy, JFK, he wasn't taken out because he had no power or had crappy ideas. He was killed right as he started poking holes in this weird, dark system's grip on our war and defense and secrecy. Mr. Rabin, I think, assassinated in Israel. Nobody did it because he was a joke or because he was a laughingstock. He was killed because he was pushing in Israel for peace, and peace threatened power. Peace threatened power. History is unbelievably clear on this. If debate dies, when open conversation gets replaced with suppression or intimidation and ultimately violence, society walks into a death trap. There is not an exception to this. So the ideas that require censorship or intimidation or blood to survive, they are 100% of the time poison. An idea that can't survive in the sunlight has to live in the shadows. And that is the death spiral that we are in if we don't stop this shit right now. So let's look at the other hand in this magic.
Hold on, buddy. You dropped some bars there. Hold on. I gotta run that back one more time. Let's hear him say that one more time.
To this. So the ideas that require censorship or intimidation, not intimidation. If debate threatened pushing Israel, nobody did it because he was a joke or because he was a laughingstock. He was killed because he was pushing in Israel for peace, and peace threatened power.
Peace threatens power. That's a bar. Peace threatens power. Think about that. Think about that. Peace threatens power. You know what's going on right now with the conflict between men and women with this whole gender war and all this stuff, and men are like, you don't bring me peace. You don't bring me peace. And the women are like, I'm not going to be your peace. You know what I mean? Well, you could say that a man's peace could threaten the woman's power because women are chaotic. They can't help it. So that's a good one. Peace threatens power. When things are peaceful, there's no power. But when things are chaotic, somebody can create order in that chaos, but there still needs to be some kind of chaos going on. But if there's peace, then there's no power. That's why you always want to be at peace with yourself, because if you're at peace with yourself, nothing and nobody has no power over you. Let's continue.
Peace threatened power. History is unbelievably clear on this. If debate dies, when open conversation gets replaced with suppression or intimidation and ultimately violence, society walks into a death trap. There is not an exception to this. So the ideas that require censorship or intimidation or blood to survive, they are 100% of the time poison. An idea that can't survive in the sunlight has to live in the shadows. And that is the death spiral that we are in if we don't stop this shit right now. So let's look at the other hand in this magic trick. Remember we talked about there's some misdirection going on here. For decades, the press, the media was supposed to be our watchdog. They're gonna find all the facts. They're gonna hold the powerful accountable. They're gonna keep people informed. And again, you can see this with your own eyes. It's not right versus left. Look closely at the media. It's not right versus left. This is darkness versus light. The media is a circus.
This is not left versus right. This is darkness versus light. Talking about. Speak that. Let's continue.
This tent with a lot more. This is dark, not right versus left. Look closely at the media. It's not right versus left. This is darkness versus light. The media is a circus tent with a lot more in common to a casino. This is a propaganda machine just churning out outrage. Let me just tell you exactly how this works. Facts are boring to people. Outrage is more likely to sell. It's more likely to keep you looking at the screen. That's their metrics. That's what they get paid based off of. So instead of showing you some kind of reality, they're showing you this carefully curated nightmare reel of the absolute worst of the other side. They're not giving you the whole picture. They're giving you the most extreme clips that they can find because they know that you're going to watch. They know that you're going to get pissed off when you see it all, and you're going to come back for more tomorrow. In fact, to me, if I'm very honest, if something doesn't fit their narrative, it is completely ignored. But if a story can be kind of twisted into a blame game, then it is. So they're not showing you reality in any sense. They're showing you a story designed to keep you loyal to your tribe, addicted to whatever their version, twisted horror movie version of reality really is. And what's truly disgusting, what I am genuinely nauseated by. We tend to think, oh yeah, the media is trying to sell ads for some pharmaceutical stuff, and they're trying to sell some car commercial breaks and things like that. That's not it. This is more about distraction. The reason is, while they get you frothing at the mouth over some clip of a protester screaming nonsense, the real enemy to all of us, these entrenched people that you have nothing in common with whatsoever, who decide the narratives, they bankroll politicians, and they write the rules, and you know that they win no matter who wins, right or left.
Oh, it sounds like he's talking about the bird now. You hear that? It no matter who, it doesn't matter. They win no matter what. It doesn't matter who wins, right or left. It sounds like he's on track with what I'm telling you. He's talking about the bird or the dragon, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's heading in a direction, and it's going to fulfill an agenda, regardless if it's a Democrat or a Republican. It don't matter. That bird or that dragon is still floating along, doing what it's supposed to do. It's like getting to its agenda. And anytime there's a little bit of turbulence as to like, hey, something's trying to alter our agenda, something like Charlie Kirk will happen. So now we're starting to see the macro point of view. So all this Charlie Kirk, it's a bigger situation. I mean, and it's very unfortunate for his wife and children, for sure. It really is. It's very sad they have to see that and everything. We're looking at the impact. The impact that we saw was kind of seeing exactly, okay, how are people reacting? That's like the social engineering. But the macro point of view is understanding the agenda of to where the bird or dragon is going. But let's continue.
You know that they're the ones getting the checks. They're laughing at how stupid we are. So let's stop with the doom and gloom for a second here. And let me just kind of bring this back. If you strip away all of the slogans, all the hashtags, the little talking points of the media, what do regular people want? What do regular people, you and your neighbors, even the people that voted differently than you? We want our kids safe. We want a roof that doesn't leak. We want food in the fridge. We want a job that doesn't crush our frickin' soul. And we want some goddamn honesty from the people who claim to represent you, to represent us. And guess what? That guy that you don't like with the bumper sticker down the street, he wants the same thing. The woman with the MAGA hat at the grocery store that you thought was an idiot, she wants the same thing. The mom who is too busy working 3 jobs to even care about politics, she wants the same thing too. But what do they not show you on TV? What is the one thing? It's that you have that much in common with the people who voted different than you. They will never show you that. They show you the screaming protester with the purple hair threatening to burn a bunch of stuff down. They show you this red-faced conspiracy guy spitting at the camera talking about crazy stuff. They show you the absolute fringe.
Now, you got the crazy protester with blue hair, then you got the crazy conservative, spitting and yelling in the camera. But you know what? If both of them had a good job, probably paying them 6 figures, and the cost of living was lower, and ain't nobody had to stress about finances, I bet you all that shit would not be an issue anymore. That's one thing I can pretty much guarantee. If everybody was getting paid a good wage, not saying that it needs to be equality, because that's not possible. Everybody can't be equal. But what I'm saying is, if everybody had, if everybody had money in their pocket, there was a lower cost of living. You know what I mean? And everybody was making, $60,000 to $200,000 or $250,000, whatever. And then there's some millionaires or whatever. But the cost of living was doable to where if there's an event that came up, you could go to this event. You pay your rent. You had money left over. You had money left over for groceries. Like if things like that. And then there was a optimistic outlook on your future. You know what I mean? There was a positive outlook for your future coming up. Like everybody would, it doesn't matter if you're left or right, blue hair, green hair, or regular color hair, you would not be tripping over the other party as much. Yeah, you would have your disagreements still, but it wouldn't be none of all this nonsense of fighting over this and over that. The problem is money and the cost of living. If you fix people's money problem and lower the cost of living, give them a roof over their head and a car to drive and knowing that they kids gonna be taken care of, you ain't finna be fighting. There ain't nothing to fight about. The fight's over. It's like, we good. We all chilling. You know what I mean? You might bump into somebody at the store, and even then you ain't gonna fight. You're like, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, you'll get over it. Ain't no big deal. It's an accident. We all in good spirits. We all in good moods. Now everybody's chilling. But you bring that strife in, and you bring that economic hardship. That's what causes things to be harder. However, let's find out what the macro point of view is. Let's keep going.
Because fringe pisses you off. Fringe makes you hateful and angry. Fringe makes you think that the other half of the country has lost its freaking mind. There are absolute real studies on this. There's hard data proving that these algorithms and the media deliberately push exactly what's going to piss you off. Because the more enraged you are, the longer you're going to stay hooked. And they're literally feeding you a diet of enemies instead of neighbors. They're programming you to see the world through some kind of warped carnival funhouse mirror, where these loudest, weird-ass 1% of extremists look like 160 million people, and it's not. It is a lie. It is a lie.
Okay, so that goes back to what I just said earlier, how he mentioned it looks like 160 million people, but it's not. Like I said, there are government agencies that are out there that actually do have a position set up for people where they get on the internet, create multi social media accounts, and then they spew out, with a hate or, the negativity or whatever to keep controversy and debate and rage and all that stuff going. So a lot of the times on the internet, if you're seeing comments, they're not always real people. A lot of the times it's bots. So that's something you got to get past as well.
And if that's a lie, then let me say one thing that's true. And let me give you the truth here. You and that weird uncle that you argue with at Thanksgiving, you're not enemies. You're both being played. You're both being manipulated. And the second that you realize that, the second that you look across the aisle and see a fellow human being instead of some caricature cartoon, is the moment that the scam starts to collapse. And I think I know what you might be thinking here. So if it's not left versus right, then who the hell is pulling all these strings? Who benefits? So let me ask you, who benefits from you hating your neighbor? Because let's be honest, regular people don't profit from this chaos. Regular people don't, but someone does. And that someone is what I personally call the covert elite, because we have elite and then we have covert elite. And these aren't like a bunch of Looney Tunes cartoon villains in some underground lair. These are CEOs and mega donors to political campaigns. And you notice how they donate to both sides? These are political lifers, media conglomerates. These are the people who cash big ass checks no matter who wins the election. They operate on both sides of the aisle because the sides pay out. They don't care about your values. They don't care about your family or your future. They care about one thing, and that's control. And let me tell you, division is the cheapest, most effective tool ever invented for that. Look.
Division is the cheapest and most effective tool ever invented. We are going to look at division here in a little bit. You just wait. Keep that in mind, what division is, and I'm going to show you how division is implemented. We're going to take a look at that. Right now, we're looking at the macro point of view on the Charlie Kirk situation. So let's pay attention because we get into it.
Look at how PSYOPs are described in military doctrine. You identify your target audience. You feed them carefully selected information, and you push their emotion until their behavior changes. This isn't theory. That's written down in black and white, and it's the same exact playbook that's being used on you. And you put identifier invented for that. Look at how PSYOPs are described in military doctrine. You identify your target audience. You feed them carefully selected information, and you push their emotion until their behavior changes.
That is literally the playbook for social media influencers. That's literally what social media influencers use to influence people. Like, wow. That's literally it. You find your niche. Let me say it again.
Described in military doctrine. You identify your target.
Find your target audience.
You feed them carefully selected information.
Okay, then once you find your niche, you figure out what it is. What's their pain point is what they call it. What's the pain point?
And you push their emotion until their behavior.
And then when you give them enough pain, then you provide an outcome to the pain until a result happens.
Your changes. This isn't theory. That's written down in black and white. And it's the same exact playbook that's being used on you and me, my family, my parents, all of us. Except this time the battlefield isn't Afghanistan. It's not some country in the Middle East. It is your living room. It's your Twitter feed. It's your nightly news. It's right here where you're looking at my face, whatever device you're watching this on. This is the battlefield. This is why both parties, you're hearing them scream about each other nonstop, but they never really seem to touch the things that matter. And you ever notice how there's always money for war, but there's never money to fix our roads? You notice how billionaires always seem to fund both sides of the elections. And if you've ever noticed, if you take a good look, corruption is a bipartisan issue. That's not incompetence. So whatever it is for the elites, they need you locked in this tribal, us versus them, tribalistic warfare. Because if you ever woke up and you started to realize that you share more in common with the other side than a single millionaire donor on your own side, the entire game starts to collapse instantly. And I think if you realize this, you'd stop fighting each other. You'd start realizing that the right versus left is fake. And I think that purely terrifies them. So who knows how long this video is going to last on YouTube. But let me be crystal clear about one thing. The real enemy isn't your Democrat neighbor with the yard sign that pisses you off. It's not your Republican uncle who posts stupid memes on Facebook. The real enemy is entrenched power. And it's an entrenched power that thrives on one piece of fuel, and that fuel is chaos. The real enemy is those people who profit when you are divided and distracted, and most importantly, when you are dehumanizing your fellow Americans. This was never about left versus right. It was always about the people versus the powerful. So here's the starting point. It's just sanity, just plain everyday common sense sanity. And ask yourself, do you genuinely want political opponents murdered in the streets? Do you want your neighbor dragged through the mud because they voted differently? Of course you don't, because you're a sane human being. And that means that you're okay. And sanity right now is the most rebellious act that you can commit in this country for right now. Sanity is refusing to let CNN or Fox News or Twitter decide who your enemies are. It's looking across the aisle that's probably imaginary and saying, you know what, I disagree with your ass, but you're not the devil. Sanity is truly openly saying violence is not politics. Violence becomes the death of politics. And true sanity is seeing just the weird idiots on the news and realizing that's not the norm. That is a cartoon that's curated for you. And the second that you stop playing the outrage game and you refuse to cheer for blood, which I hope you didn't do, you're already breaking the spell if you're there. I genuinely believe in my heart that sanity is contagious. And when one person refuses to take the bait, the echo chamber starts cracking a little bit. 10 people refuse, it starts breaking open a little bit more. And let me be super clear here. When millions of people, if this were to happen, or were to refuse, the machine will collapse. I guarantee it. We don't need permission to stop being pawns on the board. The minute that you decide right now that you will not be programmed into hatred, then you have started to win. And that's
There's a key thing he just said right there. The minute you believe, the minute you refuse to be programmed by hatred, that's the whole thing. You do not want to be programmed by hatred. Hatred is the key ingredient to all of this. Don't let them program you into being hateful. Do not let them program you into being hateful. Pay attention to the macro point of view on which is going on in this situation. Pay attention. We're working our way there now. He's been touching on a lot of things. The fight that's going on is the good versus evil. Just keep watching, because it seems like a lot of what Charlie Kirk was saying, regardless if you agree with his viewpoints or not, he did stand on his faith with God. That's how he looked at it. Regardless if you didn't believe his faith was in God or not, it doesn't change the fact that it could still get people to think about God at some point in time. some people might be like, hey, I'm start thinking about this God guy. You know, they're atheists, ain't never cared about God a day in their life, and all of a sudden they gonna start thinking that way because he's thinking that way.
The first step to being sane, and it starts with you. Mr. Charlie Kirk, his death was a mirror for all of us, and it's a mirror showing us how that we have fallen, because when we see murder being celebrated, when we see neighbors that are treated like enemies, that's the signal. And I think the good news here is that the machine only works if we feed it. It only runs on our clicks and our outrage and our willingness to see half of this country as a horrifying monster. If you starve this, it's going to die. It's as simple as that. Just think about your neighbors. Look at the people around you. Your neighbors, your co-workers, the parents at your kids' school. Do they really look like these dipshits that you see on TV and on social media? Do they actually match these memes and all the screaming clips and stuff? Hell no. They look like you. They look like me. We're tired and overworked. We're worried about bills. We're praying for a future that isn't just bonkers, batshit crazy. That's the America that cameras don't show you, because if they did, you'd stop hating people. You'd start seeing reality. So here is the pledge. Here's my one thing that I want to give to you here. And you can say this pledge out loud if you need to. I will not let anything electronic decide who my neighbor is. I will not let political violence become normal. I will no longer let propaganda tell me who to hate. I will never cheer for blood. I will choose sanity. I will choose unity. I will choose to see the humanity in people before I see their politics. And if enough of us take that stand, the whole entire rotten, nasty structure starts to fall, because the truth is very simple. There are more sane people than there are psychopaths. What we're seeing online is fake. There are more of us than there are of them. And the second that we remember that, the second we refuse to be divided against each other, which is fake, the game is permanently over. And I say this as the brainwashing expert and the psyops expert. The choice is absolutely ours. Right now, do we keep this programming? Do we keep going? Do we keep letting them program us into sociopaths? Because that's what's happening. My previous video right before this one was about this. Or do we break the script and take back our sanity and just finally remember that we are one people, we're not two tribes. And I want you to remember this. If something online pisses you off, now you know for sure that you are witnessing social engineering. That's all that is. And let me end this with a quote from Martin Luther King. The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it. Through violence, you may murder the liar, but you cannot murder the lie, nor establish the truth. Through violence, you may murder the hater, but you do not murder the hate. In fact, violence merely increases hate. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. I love you.
Whew. Yeah. Let's give that man a round of applause for that one there. Sheesh. Yes, sir. Like, okay, so basically he went in and spoke, and he's basically trying to let you know that there's no left wing and there's no right wing, which, you know, you should have known. There's no left wing, there's no right wing. There is a bird or a dragon that's flying. And while you're on the left and right wing, I'm going to keep saying this, that bird or dragon, the body of the creature is heading to an agenda. Who is in control of the body of this bird or dragon? It's heading into a specific agenda. And when it gets there, whoever's on that left and right wing, wait, hold on. Where's my soundbite? Whoever is on that left and right wing, where's my soundbite? Let me find it. I got to find it. I can't even find it. I'm moving to, there it is. If you're on the left and right wing, when that bird or dragon gets to its agenda, this is what's going to happen to all you. However, you have to understand how exactly all this is working. So we have to pay attention to the macro point of view as to what's going on with Charlie Kirk, because as we saw the impact that it had with people. We've seen people, how they felt, how they outraged, how there was a divide, how some people actually kind of woken up a little bit and they were able to think for themselves and realize that the party that they believe in is very oppressive and angry, and they have a lot of rage. Some people chose to be neutral and not be Republican or Democrat, but the fact still remains is that, do they comprehend the fact that they're headed towards an agenda? Do you understand the macro point of view as to what's going on? Because there's something still being implemented. Because the people that we saw earlier, and a lot of times the people that you were watching earlier that we were looking at, they were like students. They were always like young students. And they always attack the kids first. They always get the young kids first, and the college students, they get them. And by the time they break out of their program, and it's like it takes them, 5, 10, 15 years if they break out. And by that time, they full-bred adults and they kids. You know, that's enough time if you have kids for your kids to be part of it. You had that one girl who was arguing with Charlie Kirk, who she looked at kids as a burden. She's like, if I got to have kids, I got to drop out of college. And now my life is ruined. And she was like, and she was looking at these kids as just like a demonic demon being spawned out of her vagina, which the way she was talking, she would have spawned out some demon babies out of her vagina. I ain't gonna lie. It would have been that's what she probably would have put out, like straight up. Just calling a spade. But let's continue. We still got to figure out what exactly is the macro point of view of all this. So we see what's going on. We see the fact that even though Charlie Kirk got assassinated and he was a media personality, a social media person with political ties, but he was not an elected official. So not being an elected official, but yet being assassinated like you are one because you're a political activist, and people are celebrating it as opposed to paying attention to the fact that this man got silenced for his speeches. So that's threatening your freedom of speech. So what is the biggest story? What is actually causing all this? Why? Whose feather is you ruffling to make somebody want to go out of their way to do that? And of course, they're going to blame it on somebody who has who has a left ideology, who has a democratic way of thinking. But is that true, or does that just cause more of a divide? Does that just cause more anger and hate? See, we knew it was a leftist. We knew it was a Democrat. Oh, I hate them. It's like, is it really? Is it really them? Or is it just so? Because remember, it was an old, like 60-year-old dude they got a hold of the first time, like some 67-year-old dude. They had him on the ground. Now it's some young little 22-year-old kid. I was like, bro, make up your mind. And then I just showed you the video earlier of the kid running across the top of the building and jumping down. I'm like, where? I was like, where is his firearm? Bro don't have a firearm in his hand. I'm expecting him to be holding something, like carrying. You know, if you've ever carried and he had to have like a sniper or some kind of rifle that has, you know, a big size to it. Pause. So he wasn't carrying nothing that was like too extreme, you know. So what's going on? However, let's see exactly if we can figure out what is the macro point of view. So here I'm going to show you a document. All right. This document here, which will have his name within the document, this will give you an explanation as to exactly what the macro point of view is. So just listen up. I'm going to play a very small piece of this document, and this will help you understand better what the agenda is and what is it's trying to do to get you under control. So let's see what the macro point of view is as to what's going on. So here we go. Let me pull this up and we're going to look at this document. Silent weapon for quiet wars. Listen up. Here we go. Small piece.
Political introduction. In 1954, it was well recognized by those in positions of authority that it was only a matter of time, only a few decades, before the general public would be able to grasp and upset the cradle of power. For the very elements on the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of energy sciences. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy, and social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science, and the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. All science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge, the end is control. Beyond this remains only one issue: who will be the beneficiary? In 1954, this was the issue of primary concern. Although the so-called moral issues were raised in view of the law of natural selection, it was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy, wealth of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, responsible, and worthy few. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn for themselves the name silent weapons. In conclusion, the objective of economic research as conducted by the magnates of capital, banking, and the industries of commodities or goods and services is the establishment of an economy which is totally predictable and manipulatable. In order to achieve a totally predictable economy, the low-class elements of society must be brought under total control. Example, they must be housebroken, trained, and assigned a yoke, a long-term social duty from a very early age, before they have an opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. In order to achieve such conformity, the lower-class family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and the establishment of government-operated daycare centers for the occupationally orphaned children. The quality of education given to the lower class must be of the poorest sort, so that the mode of ignorance isolating the inferior class from the superior class is and remains incomprehensible to the inferior class. With such an initial handicap, even bright lower class individuals have little, if any, hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in this life. This form of slavery is essential to maintain some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class.
Okay, so did you catch all that? Let's go back to the top of this document real quick. Not the very top, but this part right here I want you to pay attention to. And it says this right here. Energy is recognized as key to activity on Earth. Energy is recognized as the key activity to here on Earth. So it's key to all activity here on Earth. Natural science is the study of sources and control of natural energy. And social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of sources and control of social energy. So there's three controls: energy, natural science, and then you have social science, which is called economics. All right, and everything is math and everything is bookkeeping, understanding what bookkeeping is. So in other words, when you go to court, court is basically balancing the books. Court is a form of bookkeeping. I'm not going to go into depth on that, but just understand that it is a form of bookkeeping if you understand it all the way. All right, so then it says right here, it says that although the so-called moral issues were raised in the view of a law of natural selection, it was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. So you're already looked at as a low intelligent type of being. All right. Now, if you look at the thing right here, you have this right here. In the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy, wealth of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, responsible, and worthy few. It's what they see themselves as. All right. In order to implement this objective, it's necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons which as it turns out were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principles of operation and public appearance as to earn themselves the names silent weapons. All right, so then you ask yourself, well, what is that? Well, real quick, it says that this form of slavery is essential to maintain some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class. All right? Ruling upper class. Now, in order to achieve this total predictable economy, the low class element of society must be under total control. Housebroken, trained, assigned a yoke of a long-term social duty, aka a job, from a very early age, before they have the opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. In order to achieve such conformity, the lower caste family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and establish of government operation daycare centers for the occupational orphan children. So as you can see, it's just a way to control your mind, all the way from birth all the way up to college. So that's why you see a lot of people have a hard time thinking for themselves. It's not that people are inherently bad, sort of say, but what it is to say is that there is a silent war being placed upon you. And it's been this way for a very, very, very long time. It ain't going nowhere. Now, we're going to do a quick descriptive introduction of this, just a short little piece, just in case you're wondering how it works. So let me go ahead and pull this off because somebody put something up on my screen. Out of there. Gotcha. All right. Now let's check this out. Give you a quick short description introduction just to see how it works. So here we go. Let's get this going.
Peace and tranquility for the ruling upper class. Descriptive introduction of the silent weapon. Everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon is expected from a silent weapon by its creators, but only in its own manner of functioning. It shoots situations instead of bullets, propelled by data processing instead of chemical reaction or explosion, originating from bits of data instead of grains of gunpowder from a computer instead of a gun, operated by a computer programmer instead of a marksman, under the orders of a banking magnate instead of a military general. It makes no obvious explosive noises, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life, yet it makes an unmistakable noise, causes unmistakable physical and mental damage, and unmistakably interferes with the daily social life. Example, unmistakable to a trained observer, that is, one who knows what to look for. The public cannot comprehend this weapon and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but that is because of the technical nature of the silent weapon. They cannot express their feelings in a rational way or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they don't know how to cry for help and don't know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is a...
Okay. Jesus. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'll let him finish the rest of it.
How to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is applied gradually, the public adjusts or adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychologically via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the silent weapon is a type of biological warfare. It attacks the vitality, options, and mobility of the individuals of society by knowing, understanding, manipulating, and attacking their sources of natural and social energy and their physical, mental, and emotional strengths and weaknesses.
So now I want to ask you, when we look at the bigger picture of what's been going on, and you have Charlie Kirk's assassination, and you see how people reacted to it because of their view on him. One, he had a huge influence. He did have a big influence. His influence was huge. As a matter of fact, his influence was so huge that it could be used as a weapon. Hence, everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon is expected from a solid weapon by its creators. So do you think he was placed upon that platform to be a social media content creator, to be rubbing elbows, you know, with politicians and be a political activist? Do you think he was propped up there? Because a lot of the times, you know, they'll put you up there to tear you down. Do you think he got there on his own, or was he propped up there and then used as a pawn potentially to charter an emotion and to cause a divide and to cause more strife and hate and anger and rage and division? Because look right here, what it does is the silent weapon, it shoots situations instead of bullets. It's propelled by data processing instead of chemical reactions or explosions. It originates from bits of data instead of grains of gunpowder. It's from a computer instead of a gun. It operated by a computer programmer instead of a marksman, under the orders of a banking magnate instead of a military general. It shoots situations instead of bullets. It makes no obvious explosive noise, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life. Some people kept going, you know, some people saw what they saw and they just, you know, they kept it moving, and some people were physically affected by it or mentally affected by it, psychologically. Hell, how many kids saw that on their social media? How many kids saw that man get assassinated? We don't know how it affected these children. You know, we don't know how it affected these children psychologically. We don't know. We don't know how many 10-year-old kids with phones saw that man get assassinated. 8-year-old kids, 12-year-old kids with phones seeing a man get assassinated like that. We don't know how that's hurting them. You don't. And right here, it does not make any obvious interference with anyone's daily or social life. It causes no obvious physical or mental injuries. We don't know how, you know, how the younger generation, the kids who've seen that happen, we don't know what's going on with them. We don't know what actually is harming them or what caused them any. Did they feel a certain way? Did they have a hard time sleeping at night when they saw that? Just remember, this bird or this dragon that I keep telling you about is going in a particular direction. It doesn't matter if you're on the left wing or the right wing. Y'all can fight on that wing all y'all want. This right here is showing you the bird is going in a particular direction. It knows where it's going. The problem is the public cannot comprehend and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. They have no idea. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but that's because of the technical nature of the silent weapon. They cannot express their feelings in a rational way or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they do not know how to cry for help, and they do not know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. Completely defenseless. Don't know what to do. You just know that you're hurting. You're feeling pain. And every time you turn around, you keep looking for help, but the same person that's helping you is the same person that's hurting you. Over and over and over again. Now, like I said, we're going to look at the macro point of view. That's a part of it. Now let's keep going. We're almost done. We're going to have we're going to have a KGB officer or a KGB person. He's going to speak on the defactors of prophetic war. He's basically going to teach you how to destroy a society from within. He's going to speak on his experiences of actually doing it. A KGB officer or KGB guy, whatever you want to call it. It's a short clip, but he's going to speak and tell you and give you a warning to America on how this works. So let's go ahead and take a look, and let's see if this ties in with the macro problem that we've been dealing with ever since the Charlie Kirk situation. So here we go. And let's go.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures or psychological warfare.
Or psychological warfare. Where do we see that at? Where do we see psychological warfare? Let's go find it. Here we go. Where did we see psychological warfare? Here we go. When a solid weapon is applied gradually, the public adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychological via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the solid weapon is a type of biological warfare. It's a type of warfare. He's speaking on psychological, but at the same rate, he's basically describing this short piece of document right here. This is what he's basically describing. He's describing this, a KGB officer. He's describing this. He's describing it. Let him say some more.
What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves.
Where we at? Where do we hear that at? The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but that is because of the technical nature of the weapon. They cannot express their feelings in a rational way or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they don't know how to cry for help, and they don't know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. He's literally explaining this document.
Their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students.
Did you hear the word he used? Students. Who do they go after? The children. The children. 15 to 20 years. That's your whole school life. Piece of it is college. So 20, we'll say 20, he said minimum 15, 20 years, your whole school life. Who do they go after? The children. It's the this is the macro point of view that's been going. This is the macro point of view. The macro point of view that you're supposed to be paying attention to with this whole Charlie Kirk situation. This whole Charlie Kirk situation should show you a macro point of view of what's really being waged against you. All that is a very, very unfortunate event. It was a weapon. It was something to cause strife, but at the same time, he did have influence like a public speaker. If you are a person who has public speaking influence and you speak about God, they gonna see it as a problem. Now, he wasn't perfect by any means necessary. He had a lot of controversial takes that I do not agree with, but it doesn't change the fact that he still believed in Jesus. He still believed in God. And with that kind of influence, and to start to get people to actually think about Jesus or God at some point, then they start to turn towards love at some point. Their mind strays from darkness and starts going into a lighter way of thinking at some point. Because remember, what is the main thing about what is the key ingredient to everything in life? The key ingredient to everything in life is this right here. This right here. Energy. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. It's the key. How is your energy displayed? Is it displayed through rage, jealousy, anger, depression, struggle, stress? How is it displayed? Or is it displayed through love, kindness, caring, sharing, positive? That's not what we're seeing. That's not what we're seeing. That's not what's being, that's not, when you have the left and the right, you don't see love, positivity, sharing, kindness, gratitude, great. We don't see that. It's all the opposite. And you're feeding negativity. Now, let me go on to the next thing, because we're almost to the end of this. I'm about to wrap this stuff up. I'm going to show you what it looks like when a group of people stay on code. When you stay on code and your collective energy is working towards a certain agenda, look what you can accomplish. Watch this.
These words must have been the call to arms that set David Rockefeller in action, for in the spring of 1972, he broached the idea of a trilateral commission at the annual Bilderberger meeting in Knokke, Belgium. According to George S. Franklin, former Trilateral Commission coordinator, the group responded with great enthusiasm for Rockefeller's proposal of an international alliance that would create strategies and policies to consolidate the 4 pillars of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical.
Did you hear that? We didn't get to the part yet, but I want you to pay attention. What are the 4 pillars of power? I'm going to have to say it again.
To consolidate the 4 pillars of power.
Consolidate the 4 pillars of power. Consolidate, if you don't know, means to put together. Listen to the 4 pillars of power.
Political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical.
Political, monetary. What was it? Oh, God dang it.
Political, monetary, intellectual.
Political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical. Political, government. Monetary, money. What did it say? Ecclesiastical, and what was the other one?
And power. Political, monetary, intellectual.
Intellectual. What is intellectual, you ask? I will tell you. Intellectual property or intellectual law is a law that grants creators and owners exclusive rights to their intangible works, such as inventions, music, literature, brand names, and designs for a specific product or period, for a specific period, protecting them from unauthorized use. So they want control over all of your ideas and inventions. They want control over your money. They want to control the politics. And they want to control ecclesiasticals. Ecclesiastical. What is ecclesiastical? It is, I'll show you, or I'll tell you. But it's not loading up. Of course it's not going to load up whenever I want it to load up. Come on. Here we go. Ecclesiastical law or church law refers to the... Where is it? Why did this change up whenever I had it earlier? Hold on. This changed up from what I had earlier. Yes, this did change. What is this? Oh, well, I'll read this anyway. Ecclesiastical law or church law refers to the legal rules and regulations created and enforced by religious institutions. So its primary governs the internal affairs, governments, and conducts and clergy members, covering topics like ceremonies, doctrines, property, and disciplines. The most prominent form of ecclesiastic law is canon law, a certified body of rules for internal administrations of a church. But also... It said this earlier, but it's not saying it now. The secular laws or the secular rulings could also be applied to this. So people who move in a secular way will also apply this as well. So whatever can be used for good can be used for evil, just to sum that up, basically. But just see that the 4 pillars that they control: finance, intellect, and religion, and of course, political and governance. In this document right here, where are we at? This document right here was basically saying that this is what this controls. This controls all of that right here. This controls all of that. political, ecclesiastical, monetary, and intellectual. This controls all of that. But let's continue because we're almost done with this.
And ecclesiastical, under a central world government.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir.
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked.
Did you hear him? There was a plan that he had seen, that he had read, that would basically suspend the Constitution or eradicate it, or whatever word that he used. Now, if you pay attention to what's going on, he's speaking on something. They don't want to talk about it, but he's like, this is deeply disturbing news. Like, I read this in the paper and many others, in the Miami paper and many others, that this is something that's trying to happen. Now, pay attention to the collective group around him. Look at how they react. Look how they're responding, because they're trying to shut him up, but they can't do it. But he's speaking on something that's factual, but watch how collectively they're all on code. All their energy is channeled into a particular direction against his. Pay attention.
I believe may I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
And tragically, the only member who got close was Jack Brooks, and he was stopped by the chairman.
It's also quite... So he tried to go at it alone and it didn't work out. But I'm going to play it again. Watch their reactions when he speaks. Look at everybody's face. Look at their body language. Watch how they react when he speaks, and understand what I'm talking about with energy. Your energy is a collective is a collective thing. If somebody is able to control energy, which we just learned here a second ago, where is it? Up, wrong one. Right here, energy. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Okay? Natural science is the study of sources and control of natural energy, and social science is basically economics. It's the study of sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Okay? So watch them collectively use their energy, and they get done what they want to get done, even though they're in the wrong. Okay? Even though they're in the wrong. Let's go back to it. Here we go.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
Look at their body language, boy. Look, he's pissed. He looking at him sideways. He fidgeting. Look at this.
Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so...
Look at their face. They pissed. They are pissed.
May I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked.
He saw there's a contingency plan to suspend the Constitution, and he's deeply concerned. I mean, and he's a Democrat. I don't, like I said again, with the left and right side, but you would think if that was something they would all be, you know, up in arms, but all of them are like, yo, shut up. And he's trying to shut him up, and listen to his response to shut him up. And then listen to what happens afterwards.
I believe may I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
And tragically, the only member who got close was Jack Brooks, and he was stopped by the chairman.
It's also quite convenient that Brzezinski, who considered the Constitution outdated and wanted to do away with it, was also a director for FEMA.
Carter's presidential order creating the Federal Emergency Management Agency on June 19, 1979.
All right, so basically I'm just trying to show you that they're staying on code. Pay attention to when people stay on code, and listen to this last bit right here.
Nations oblige.
He could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job. Dr. Zbigniew presented.
You could undermine the message so much that you can control what people think, and that is our job.
He could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job. Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski, thanks, Dad. I'll see you at Thanksgiving. You're coming to me, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
For not too long. Not too long.
Even he can't stand her.
So if you're paying attention to what I'm trying to show you, understanding that this right here, where is it at again? Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on earth. They know this. Now when you see this and understand this, they're controlling the energy that's being output by people, whether and mainly it's bad energy that they want. Because as long as they can keep your energy bad and distracted, you won't be able to focus on the good and positive that you should be doing. So collectively, they're bringing, you know, strife and struggle and anger and rage, you know, and bitterness and jealousy and arrogance and all this stuff. They're bringing that to you. And that was one of the things that happened with this Charlie Kirk situation. If you look at the big picture, because the divide between people is extreme. It's extreme divide between people. You got, you know, some people don't like the stuff that he said about, you know, about the Bible. You got some people he don't like what he said about black people. You know, you got some stuff that you don't like. And like I said, I don't agree with a lot of stuff, like a bunch of stuff he said. But what I'm saying is there's still a divide that it caused to left-wing people, right-wing people, black people, white people, liberal people, conservative people. Like a huge divide got caused among this. So the question is, was he placed there intentionally to cause strife by using his assassination as an attempt to be a silent weapon? Or was he somebody who rose to prominence on his own and unfortunately got assassinated for what he believed in? Now, I'm going to show you this video. This is the last video that we're going to be done with this live stream. I'm going to show a video that's going to show how collective energy works if people are all staying in a very negative way of mind, a negative way of thinking. If a whole collective group, a society of people are just perpetually in a dark, negative, evil mindset, because that's where we're at. We're at a fight for good and evil. If you see, if a group of people, millions, billions of people are stuck in a perpetual cycle of just negative, dark thinking, this is an example of what society can look like on a spiritual level, because that's what this is about. This is the macro point of view. It's a battle of spiritual. It's good versus bad, whether you believe it or not. That's where it's at. This is what it boils down to. And here's an animated movie that I love, Law of the Sun. Here's an animated movie. It's going to show you what it looks like. So here we go. Enjoy.
However,
Many of the bodies who were recreated with the Pytron forgot their spiritual nature. They soon abandoned themselves to a world of materialism and other physical desires.
Everyone's doing it. Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves while we're still alive?
Next world? Who cares?
What's so wrong with having fun now?
Where are we?
What's happening? What's going on here?
After their deaths, these spirits began to inhabit the bottom level of the spirit world.
And this was the beginning of hell.
Before its numbers reached 1 billion, the production of human spirits by the Pytron was banned. And then, some 120 million years ago, one of the leaders from the Magellanic Cloud was reborn on Earth. He became attached to status, material goods, and sensual pleasures, and as a result, became corrupt. He fell to the bottom world, unable to return to the higher dimensions. Incensed, he instigated a rebellion against the high spirits who dwelled in heaven.
For he was jealous of Enlil, the leader of those who emigrated from the Magellanic Cloud.
The poison of jealousy has the power to turn even an angel into a devil.
Until finally, he became the king of hell, conspiring with all the other evil spirits residing in the underworld.
The dark thoughts of these evil spirits of hell formed a mass of impenetrable clouds, which was so dense that it blocked the light of God, leaving the realm of hell to waste away in utter darkness.
That right there. The dark thoughts of hell.
It's of hell formed
the world.
The dark thoughts of these evil spirits of hell formed a mass of impenetrable clouds, which was so dense that it blocked the light of God, leaving the realm of hell to waste away in utter darkness.
The dark thoughts alone covered a mass cloud in hell that was so dense that it couldn't even be penetrated through God. So they were just forever in the darkness of hell. Now let's continue to watch a little bit more, and you're going to see what it looks like when they take this same hellacious lifestyle and bring it upon the people of Earth.
Our problem is how this will affect the earthly world.
The hungry spirits of hell intruded upon Earth in search of new sources of energy.
This is mine. All mine.
You only live once.
Why not have some fun? Go beat him up.
The spirits from the underworld found those earthly beings who had dark thoughts and possessed them, fueling their desires and feeding off their negative energy.
What's so wrong with having fun?
Over the course of the next 120 million years, the world was filled with all sorts of evils and forms of chaos.
But when the beings who had been possessed by the evil spirits died, they could not return straight to heaven. And so the population of hell kept growing, and the spirits continued to venture onto Earth in search of more sources of energy. This resulted in the population of hell increasing, with its inhabitants coming to Earth again and again.
I don't understand. For God's sake. We're gonna take all these work. We're gonna take all this money. Great.
What we are dealing with is a vicious cycle. Something must be done.
So that right there is it. I want you to see it. Look at it. You see the dark cloud right here? This is the dark cloud of evil thoughts that those people have. Their energy, their thoughts, the energy, the evil is dark. And it causes a cloud over them that they can't see. Hell, we can't see. And this is what is being perpetuated constantly. So you got, your left wing and your right wing, your Democrat and your Republican, it doesn't matter. We're still putting off this dark negative cloud. It doesn't change the fact that the bird or the dragon with the wings is still headed to a particular agenda. The agenda that it needs to fulfill, it's still happening. In the meantime, while you're on this plane of left or right, you're causing this dark cloud. And that's really it in a nutshell, because we are constantly seeing situations unravel dealing with this situation that happened. And it's not just him. You had this woman talk about it. You had, who was it? This guy right here at the very beginning of the video. This guy right here at the very, very beginning of this video. Crying, going crazy.
Right now.
You know what I mean? Look at him, crying, going crazy, mad. Feel some type of way. You know what I mean? He's for sure 100%, in belief of what he's believing in. But the energy he's giving off, the way he feels about a certain situation, he's got hate in his heart. He's angry. He's full of rage. He's not putting off anything positive. And it's in this document already stated right here that energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. This little cartoon that I'm showing you is showing you that this is what these demons are pursuing. They're pursuing your energy. You're watching them go around and collect all this dark energy. Are we not seeing people be greedy billionaires? Are we not? I'm not saying greedy billionaire. Well, yeah, I guess you could say greedy billionaires. Are we seeing people do backhanded stuff? Are we seeing crazy crimes happen to schools? A dude head got decapitated a few days ago in Dallas, Texas. We just saw this dude get assassinated in front of everybody on media. We can see people get unalive like crazy on Twitter. Don't feel nothing about it. People getting cheated on, hearing people getting cheated on, married and divorced like it ain't nothing. Like divorce is the new marriage. Like all this stuff going on, creating a dark cloud over society, and everybody collectively is putting this out. All of us is putting this out. You know what I mean? Lust and everything going on. Just constantly putting this dark cloud over. Just constantly until it covers over. Till nothing else can happen. And they know it. They know that energy is recognized as a key source to all activity on Earth. They know this. And that's why they want to do this. They want to do what? It was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy wealth of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined and responsible, worthy few. In other words, in a nutshell, your hell is their heaven. The more hell you feel, the more heaven they feel. Hell on earth for you is heaven on earth for them. Well, that's going to be it for today. I'm going to have to wrap this one up. I kind of went pretty long today. This is a 4-hour stream. I didn't know I was going for 4 hours. I guess I got to find out and see who won between Canelo and Crawford. Because I know everybody's watching Canelo and Crawford. Ain't nobody got no time to pay attention to no live stream. So we're going to have to see exactly what's going on. Like undercard results 7 minutes ago. So who won? Let me see. Is defending. The fight is in the 3rd round. Intensely anticipated night. Let's see. Does anybody won? I don't know. I can't see. 4 minutes ago. What we going to see? So who won? Nobody won. They're still fighting. Okay, cool. So we don't know who a victor is yet, but we're here on the Canelo and Crawford fight. So hopefully today's show gave you some insight, some knowledge. Hopefully this brought you some kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Did you gain anything out of this? Did you learn anything from today's show? Did you benefit in any shape, form, or fashion whatsoever? Did you gain a benefit from watching this show today? Hopefully you did. Like I said, this is a 4-hour show. I went on really long today, but like I didn't stream 2 days in a row, so I have to make up for some time. But hopefully you got something out of this. Hopefully, you know, I benefited you in some way to give you a better understanding. And, you know, if you're having a hard time dealing with the situation and seeing everything, hopefully you can see it from a macro point of view. The macro point of view is they know how to shift your energy, and they know which way they want to take your energy. They know which way they want to handle things. They know which way they want things to go. The question is, now that you know, what is it that you're going to do about it? Are you going to continue navigating in that direction? I know it's hard. I know it's not easy, because now when you have a majority of people thinking negatively, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to navigate, but it seems like people are waking up. Some people were happy that the situation happened to Charlie Kirk. Some people were sad. Some people actually took it for what it was and was like, it was a wake up call for them. You know what I mean? It was a wake up calling for them. So maybe more people are more awake than what we know. And when I say awake or woke, or whenever I was growing up, awake or woke, whatever meant, you know, like enlightened, like you were able to see what was going on behind the scenes of things. Like you always look beneath the surface type thing. Nowadays, woke means like, you know, whatever it means now. So nowadays people it seems like some people are actually waking up from the situation at hand and are actually having some kind of, you know, enlightenment to see things for what they really are, to able to think for themselves, to not just be, you know, some kind of senseless, ignorant cattle or whatever, just walking around brainlessly. And like that girl said, she would fall into a situation, and the first thing that she would do is she would type the situation in to figure out how she should feel. I'm like, who the hell does that? You feel how you feel. You should have to type a computer to ask you how you should feel about the situation because you're left or right wing. That's stupid. But she, you know, she's growing out of that. And like I said, she was young, probably like her early 20s or something. And that means she's been indoctrinated her whole life all through school. So they go after the kids. They get the kids first. It's always about the children. That's what Michael Jackson been trying to tell us the whole time he was here. But yet what they do, they tried to turn around and make him seem like he was touching on children, when the whole time he was trying to say save the children, because they go after the kids. This is what this dude told you. This dude said just that. This is exactly what he said. He said this right here. Where is it? I'm not going to sit here and play it, but he said it right here. It's a brainwashing. And how long does it take? He said this thing takes what? It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. In 15 to 20 years, your first 15 to 20 years of life, what are you doing? You were in school. And that's a minimum it takes. It takes a minimum that to demoralize a nation. They go after the kids first, and then they work their way up. And they keep everybody with this dark and evil, mindset. And they take your energy, and they have all of us thinking in a very dark way. All of us be thinking in a very dark way, lustful, jealous, angry. You're on social media, whatever drama or gossip that you like on social media, to keep feeding it to you over and over, to you in this perpetual state of, whatever it is that you're watching and consuming, it's in you, it's a part of you. You go out into the world and act like it. And they know that. And the Charlie Kirk situation wasn't nothing different. To me, I think it was a very unfortunate event, but it was like they used him as collateral damage, like a pawn in their system. And it sucks to see it that way. And rest in peace to him, but I just feel like it was used because of his status, his political status, but not his political status, his social status that he had, the influence. There you go, the influence that he had with millions and millions and millions of followers. Then they gave him that you rubbing elbows with a politician, so he felt like he was super protected. But he was just used to cause a divide, to cause more negative energy, to cause more strife. And the whole time while that is going on, which way is that bird heading? You on the left or the right wing, that bird is still headed to an agenda. And what is the agenda? Right here. It knows where it's going. This bird knows where it's going. Do you know where you going? Because the bird know where it's going. If you're on the left and right wing, it don't matter. This bird knows where it's going. Right here, it tells you. The bird knows where it's going. It's going where it needs to go. And let me find out exactly where it says it, because it says it right here in it. It tells you where it's going. Right here. For the very elements of the new solid weapon and technology were inaccessible for a public utopia as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of energy science. Dominance of energy. Dominance of energy. And this right here was showing us people's evil thoughts. This right here was showing us evil thoughts. How powerful are our thoughts? Let me show you right here. Let me zoom in so you can see it. Psalms 139, chapter 139, verse 17. How precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God. How great is the sum of them. The sum of them. The sum of them. What is the sum? 1 plus 1 equals what? The sum. 100 plus 100 equals what? The sum. Oh, great is the sum of them. The collection of them. The sum of them, you know what I'm trying to say? It says it right here. You can take all of this back and bring it right back to a Bible. The difference is we all know the devil know the Bible better than probably all of us combined. And he know how to use it to his advantage. How precious are thy thoughts unto me, O God. How great is the sum of them. Your thoughts are precious. Or they could be unprecious. Where's my thing at? And they could be like this. The source of more energy is where these evil beings were coming from. And they were here to take your energy from you. And they still are to this day.
Hell kept growing.
They still are here to take your energy. And we give it to them in the form of our emotions, or how we think, how we react, what we do. And then, the economy stresses us out. So then what energy does that put us in? Survival mode. People have less. People care less. People have less, empathy. People don't care. People feel, there's no purpose. They feel useless. They don't see no hope. They know what they doing. It's written. They don't hide it. They don't hide it. This Charlie Kirk thing was it was a very unfortunate example. They doing it all the time. So hopefully you learned something from today's stream. I am starving. It's late. I shouldn't even be trying to get nothing to eat this late, but I am, because I need to eat something, because I am really hungry. I knew I was going to go long on the stream because I had a lot to say, and I knew I was going to take my time doing it because I wasn't in a rush. I needed to get this done. I need to get this out. This needs to be said to whoever heard it. I don't got to reach anybody but one person. That's all that matters. As long as I get one of y'all, I'm good. I only got to reach one. It's like 8 or 9 billion of y'all on this planet. If I can get one of y'all little funky asses to listen, I'm good. That's all that matters. But with that being said, man, I'm finna roll up out of here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I will catch y'all Monday on the next live stream show. Until then, enjoy the sexy Latina on the way out the door. Peace. Love ya.
Follow D. Elliott Fitness for the kind of workouts you'll never forget.
Always winning like what's the fee? The game on like it, I got the keys like Jay-Z. My fame won't stop, but the only thing I'm chasing.